empathy, my dear. So come on, let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Life's too short for you to die, so grab yourself an alibi. Heaven knows your mother lies. Come on, chair. Separate your right from wrongs. Come on, sing a different song. The kettle's on, so don't be long. Come on, chair. Come on, let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Look me up in the yellow pages. I will be a rock.
Hi, Zachary. Be right back.
See the imaginary crazy faces, yeah. A little Bo Peep, he lost his sheep. He popped the pill and fell asleep. The dew is wet, but the grass is sweet, my dear. Oh, your mind gets burned with the habits you learned. But we're the generation that's gotta be heard. You're tired of your teachers and your schools are drag. You're not gonna end up like your mom and dad. So come on, let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. He may be good, he may be outside, but he won't be here, so come around tonight. Here is the place where the feeling grows. You gotta get high before you take the load. Come on. Ring out, bone, ring out, bone, ring out, bone, ring out, bone. Close your eyes, girl. Look inside, girl. Let the sun take you away. Come on, let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me entertain you. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on and let me entertain you. Close your eyes, girl. Look inside, girl. Let this sound take you away. Come on, let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. My name is Jackie Cation. I do stand-up comedy. You can't tell yet, but I do a little stand-up comedy. I go all over the country. I love wherever I go. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be here. Really rock star. Woohoo! 25 below. Yay! That's
Hi, Zachary.
That's where I want to go in February. Could have gone where? I don't know. Tahiti? There's a place to go in February. But no, let's come here. And I used to live here. I grew up in the cold, but for some reason, it's over. My love affair with the freezing, and we were really just on speaking terms anyway, so I never really liked it. But I'm from Wisconsin originally. Anybody here from Wisconsin? My people. Oh, that's amazing. From here. Some planned golf community at Eden Prairie. Yeah. It all works out for you. That's great. Yeah. So, no, it's just dumb. It's the dumbest thing in the world. When I moved here from Wisconsin, that people made fun of me because I was from Wisconsin. Minnesotans made fun of me because I was from Wisconsin. Pretty sure corn. Pretty. It's like warring trailer parks, people. Who gives a damn? We all came here on the same tractor pull, okay? Should all just join hands and sing One Tin Soldier. It's gonna be fine.
And the weirdest thing about doing stand-up is that people will say anything to you, absolutely anything. And I was in Iowa. A man came up to me after the show and just said, "You can hit me if you want, but I have to tell you this thing." "Wow, there'll be no hitting, sir." "What?" He says, "You remind me of a female Dennis Franz." All right. Dennis Franz is a large, balding, mustachioed man on some cop show. I don't know. I was like, what? Don't break up into discussion groups. Okay. And I'm like, I know. You don't have to say everything that comes into your jackass head, is what I told her. There'll be no hitting. And my personal favorite was in Pittsburgh. Club owner, the guy who owned the comedy club, in the middle of a conversation just says to me, "You were a carny, weren't you, Jackie?" Yeah. So I get it. I'm perceived as tough circus people, okay? We'll just go from there. That'll be great. And it's not like I don't like small towns. I love small towns. Just last year, I was up in Fairbanks, Alaska, doing the troops, which never comes out right. But I mean, the weird thing about Fairbanks was that most of the people that I met, the locals who had moved up there, were from Minnesota and Wisconsin. I was like, wow, just not cold and dark enough in Wisconsin. Let's move up to Fairbanks. Crawl into a bottle. Good idea. Last Christmas when I was here, I got a golden opportunity to do a town last minute in North Dakota. A very small town in North Dakota. But my brother and sister both live here in Minneapolis, and I'd already promised my brother that I would dog sit for him. So I had to bring the dog with me to North Dakota to the show. And this town was enormously small, and it was small enough that they were excited to see the dog. "That's a new dog. Where'd you get that dog? That's a nice looking dog. What kind of dog is that?" It's a pound dog? I don't know. It's just a dog. And I had the dog with me in the bar where the show was happening, 'cause you could. And the dog is wandering around meeting everybody because it's a dog. And it's a great dog, Sparky the dog. There he is, wandering around. And he licks this guy. Because he's a dog. And the guy looks at me and he goes, "He just kissed me." That's a town needs more women. Or more dogs. Here's the weird thing, is I love dogs. I've always wanted a dog. I think they're great. But the weird thing about LA, it's got to be happening here, too. The creepy, I'm going to spend thousands of dollars to keep my animal alive long after the time when the dog should be, wow, new dog. How about that? When I was a kid, when your dog got old and sick, you sadly put the dog down so that the dog could go away and be happy somewhere else. Now, no, we're going to keep the dog. We're keeping the dog. In LA, I swear, some woman paid $3,000, friend of mine, paid $3,000 to replace the hip on her dog. You know what, 3,000 new dogs. How about that? That's $3,000.
All right, let's go see what I can do with the slog. At the slog. How is there a Brotherhood of Steel person here already? That's weird. That's the lady. Where's Wiseman? Is he dressed up this time?
Hi there.
Excuse me.
We grow the best tarberries in the Commonwealth.
The hell you do. That's Jones. There you are.
Welcome to the Slog. We're the only tarberry bog in the Commonwealth. So what do you think of the place?
It's pretty clever, making a tarberry bog out of an old swimming pool.
I appreciate your saying so. When I came across this place, it was the first time I'd seen anything like it. It seemed like a shame not to use it for something. You've probably noticed it's only ghouls around here. I used to live in Diamond City, until that rat bastard mayor threw me and all the other ghouls out. I decided that we ghouls should have a place where we could feel welcome, and that's mainly why I started up this farm.
It looks like you've done well for yourself.
It's a good start, yeah, and I'm proud of all the work we've done. Still, I think we can do more. What if this place could be more than just a refuge for ghouls who aren't welcome elsewhere? What if it could also be an example of what we can do when we put our minds to something and work together? We want this to be a place that everyone looks forward to visiting, with smiling faces, good bargains, and great produce. Maybe we can make people take a second look, you know? Maybe then they'd see that we're not monsters.
I think it's a great idea.
You really think so? Because if you do, we could definitely use some help.
We can't sell tarberries without traders, and trade caravans need safe roads. There's a gang of super mutants that's been preying on anyone who comes near their turf, including traders. It'd be a great help to us if you could take care of those brutes once and for all.
I'll take care of those super mutants. I promise.
Good. I didn't know what we were going to do.
Fortunately, I already killed most of them, and I just got one left. Unless some more if ever will have respawned. Who knows? Sorry, that's just so stupid. Report your success. I killed the dog. Right? You wanted me to kill the dog, right? Got the dog. Now, super mutants and all sorts of enemies walk this way, and the bugs come this way, and so... And these idiots keep walking this way, so I will always build a wall straight up and really tall over here. I'll give it a balcony so they can go up and look on the balcony and fire from the balcony, but that's about it.
I love it here. Huh. I knew you would help us.
Make yourself at home, friend.
Well, you're still alive. That either means you haven't gone after those super mutants yet, or good news.
Those super mutants won't be bothering you again.
I guess you were the right person for the job, huh? Thanks, friend. By the way, feel free to use our workshop. I'm glad to count you as a friend.
Ditto. All right. Building mode.
And it didn't work. So now her dog is still wandering around like Captain Pike on like a little scooter thing, you know? It's just... And if the dog can't run around, it's not like the dog is like Stephen Hawking. You know, it's not gonna write the great American novel. It's not gonna happen. It's a dog. And I love animals. I genuinely do. It sounds like I'm an ass, but... And I am, I suppose. I went to Australia, and I'd never been to Australia, and I always wanted to go to Australia because I thought Australia's cool. And Australia is cool, except for that America has already crapped it up. There's been a problem with 15 hours I fly to go to Australia, and the first thing I see when I get off the plane is a Starbucks. Okay, so 15 hours I fly. I get off the plane, and the first thing I see is an Asian woman on her cell phone at a Starbucks. We have that. I don't need to go see that. That's available right here. And the other thing they have is Target. And granted, I love Target. Who doesn't love Target? Who's made of stone? Come on, person. Okay, so I love Target. Target is awesome. It's got shiny plastic crap. It's awesome, right? And get this, in Australia, different shiny plastic crap. Different crap. I almost bought luggage. I was like, how did you get different crap? And possibly because they're closer to the source, right? Indonesia. But so I go. But I'm talking to this Australian woman about the crap that's great, right? The great crap that they have. And she says, yeah, it's crap. But you know sometimes what we call Target here in Australia? Target. I'm like, oh my God, that's our shitty joke. Is nothing safe? Is nothing sacred? Why? And then, of course, because I'm an American, I got a lot of people coming up to me saying, do you know that your government's trying to take over the world? Yes. Do you know that my government's actually playing a to-scale version of the game Risk? And you have to leave an army in every country. Otherwise, you can't keep playing. Aw. Wow, you like that. Let's see. I don't do a lot of political material because while I always have an opinion, I don't always have all the information. I try to keep it to a minimum. Try to zip it. Try to keep the mystery alive somehow. I did see this on the news that they're building a Walmart next to the pyramids outside of Mexico City. There's 9 pyramids on the planet. And Walmart's going to build a Walmart right next to 3 of them. And granted, that's what Walmart does. They build Walmarts. That's what they do. But right next to them, and they interviewed the Walmart lady, and the Walmart lady was like, well, you know, during construction, when we found artifacts, we turned them right over. Thank you, Mother Teresa. And then she said, and we're designing the Walmart so it matches. It's going to blend right in. Wow! I was like, oh, wow. Oh, because you know how a Walmart just blends right in. Wherever it is. And then I thought about it, and it makes sense that they would put a Walmart next to a pyramid, because I believe the pyramids also built by slave labor. But I think they had better health care. All right. And my parents, here's the thing about my parents. I love them dearly, but they are completely cuckoo. My parents are divorced, but they still live together. Hi, divorced, still live together. 6 years. My mom lives in their old room, and my dad lives across the hall in my old room. And they go bananas when either one of them dates. But they get to date because they're divorced. And they got divorced because my dad was dating. Oh, yes. We found out that our father was having an affair for 9 years. And you know what my dad had to say about it? Not 9 years in a row. And he called me up like 3 months ago tweaking because my mother is going out with somebody that he went to high school with 1,000 years ago. And I'm like, Dad, you guys live in a town the size of a postage stamp. Who the hell else is she supposed to date? You know, and he's like, well, I don't have to take it. I'm going to move out. Yeah, run. Jesus. Get the hell out. You're driving yourself nuts. And he's like, well, I could be married by Monday. A lot of women want to marry me. I could be out of here and married to another woman by Monday. I'm like, wow, are you going to get married at Mom? You know who loves that joke? My mother. And then in the same conversation, he asked me if I wanted to be in charge of pulling the plug when he's on his deathbed. And I was like, wow, Pop, I don't know. I don't want to have this, really, right now, this conversation? And he said, well, I'd ask your brothers, but they're still mad at me about stuff, and they'd be plugging me in and unplugging me and plugging me in and unplugging me. Because they're hilarious. And so they are. I have 4 older brothers. Nobody's funnier. Nobody's funnier than the older brother. Oh, the jackass hilarity could wrap itself up at any time now. I love them. I was home for Christmas, and my brother and I are doing dishes in the kitchen, and there's a dirty sock on the floor, a dirty, dirty sock, and he picks it up and he whips it at me. And I'm like, dude, aren't you 40? Did you just whip a sock at me? And he says, moron says what? And I didn't hear him, so I said, what? So I had to deal with an hour of like, you're a moron. Hey, moron. And, yeah, 40. Let's just say that out loud, shall we? 40. Also, big fan of You've Got Mail. Let's say that. I like to out my brother. He likes You've Got Mail. Remember that movie? 13-year-old girls won't say it out loud. There's my brother. Married, 2 children, nice beard. Okay, so, see how the jackass hilarity goes both ways, huh? Yeah. He's the golden child, the sock thrower. He's the golden child. Everyone related to the golden child? If you are not related to the golden child, you are the golden child. And look, I brought you something. No, kidding. He is a perfectly nice man. There's no reason not to like him, but he's done no wrong. We do make fun of him because that's how we communicate in my family. That's how we communicate. We have 2 ways of communicating in my family. We will talk at you and not listen, and then get to the end of the conversation and be perfectly happy. Or we will make fun of you, hoping you'll change.
Let's see now.
And with my brother, he's a, and actually we just make fun of you. My brother's a banker, but he's a banker in Milwaukee, so we like to say things to him like, hey, Russ, do you lend people money or do you borrow it to them? Try that joke in Nebraska. Is that a grammar joke? Is that a woman up there? Who said she could talk? Anyway. Sometimes it gets ugly. That's all I'm saying. He's a good guy. I got lots. My dad's a salesman. My father loves the sale. If you don't need something and he convinces you to purchase something, he wins. He is in a competition with no one but himself. He loves the sale. My father has sold everything, too. He sold mausoleum crypts. He sold toupees. My father's a full head of hair, and when he used to sell toupees, he would comb his hair like a toupee and then pretend to adjust it. You should get one of these. These are good. Hell of a salesman, my dad. It's really good that he never sold, like, I don't know, wooden legs or something, you know? He would have been like, you should get one of these. He's worked like a charm. And our oldest brother is an evangelist with his own church, because that's where the real money is, ladies and gentlemen. See how the jackass hilarity goes both ways? Ha-ha. But here's the thing, is we're actually quite pleased that our oldest brother has found the Jesus, because prior to finding the Jesus, he was a bad person. Now he has the Jesus, he is a better person, we are pleased. There's less hitting, it's all very nice. But don't kid yourself, he found the Jesus. I don't know what Jesus you people enjoy. I have some Jesus, but his Jesus is the meanest Jesus I've ever seen in my life. My Jesus says stuff like, hey, good try. Ooh, try not to do that again. Seriously, don't do that again. These are the things my Jesus says. His Jesus always says, oh, we're going to have to burn you. Really? Every time. Okay. And he's always preaching, and that's fine. The man is a preacher. You got to cut him some slack. But he was preaching over Christmas to our grandmother, and our grandmother is 94, and she is about to meet Jesus. She's got it. No need to go into details, but there he was, yammering away. And my grandmother, very polite, sat through the whole thing. Finally, he gets up, he leaves the room, there's a moment of silence, and my grandmother says, well, it's better than dope. I don't think I told you, both of my grandmothers live with my parents. I'm not kidding. Both of them live here, and beneath them, each of their freaking mothers. It's the episode of The Golden Girls that makes your head pop off. And it's hilarious. I mean, this isn't even a joke, but my grandmothers, they're both going deaf, right? They're older than God. So I'm in the kitchen it was before the election. I'm making a sandwich in the kitchen. They're having this conversation where they talk at each other, but mostly because they're going deaf. But the TV's cranked, and my granny says to my grandmother, Alice, are you going to vote? And my grandmother, who is not originally from this country, says, I came to this country on a boat. And my granny says, I love to vote. I will always vote. And my grandmother says, I will never get on a boat again. I love that story. Old people are funny. My second oldest brother, he's a big crystal clutcher. He's been raising his kids with the crystal clutcher values. The crystal clutcher values is where you play games like New Age musical chairs, where everybody has a chair. So nobody feels left out. Good touch, bad touch football. You know, the good games. They get a little brutal when it comes to dodgeball, though. The only rule is you can't break Piggy's glasses. She said funny. Me and her, Lord of the Flies. Okay, so the craziness is, and then there's my other brother who's a serial monogamist. He loves to get married. Doesn't want to stay married. Loves to get married. And then the ladies like to leave with a nice parting gift of half of his income. Who's that funny for? Me and my sister. And he's a great guy. He's 44, and he called me up like 3 months ago to tell me that he thought he met his next wife. She's 21. And I was like, ick, okay. And I'm sure you're thinking, good for you, buddy, do it. And that's all well and good. In the least creepy way possible, I wish all of my male relatives to get it on. I hope it all works out for you. Feel free not to tell me anything about it, okay? Hope it all secretly happens for you. Tell your buddy at the bar. That's my big thing. So, but he's and don't think you're not going to get mocked. 21. I'm like, dude, don't marry her. Just go out with her, and then, because if you marry her, 6 months later, you're just stuck with your student loans. And where'd you meet her? Gymboree, huh? Trolling the high schools with a bag of Snickers? What? And where does he get it from but our dad? My dad is 67 years old, and he's not an old guy by any means. He's a young 67, and I don't want to make him into an old guy, but he doesn't have to tell me things. He told me he was dating a woman 25. Okay, creep factor 12, first of all, okay? That's creep factor off the charts. And I was like, you have to know somebody else besides your daughter, who you don't want to tell that to, don't you think? And, now that I'm officially way too old for you ever to molest, hooray! That's supposed to be the excitement there? I'm like, Dad, how about this? Here's a good rule of thumb. You can't go out with anybody who wasn't alive before ballpoint pens were invented. If she can't work a fountain pen, you can't date her. How about that? I love that joke. Okay, so, I listen to a lot of the hip-hop. You're big hip-hop fans right here. Oh, you enjoy the hip-hop? All right, good to hear it. There's some love back there. I'm going to be about the lyrics. I'm a spoken word person, so I'm going to be about the lyrics. I'm not saying that Nelly and 50 Cent and Eminem, that the beats are not fat. Those are fat beats. I get that. I know I'm getting a little older because I just want to say, oh, honey, you're hanging out with the wrong girls. I want to say that to Nelly, and I want to say, if you hang out with, strippers and hookers, it's always going to be about your cheddar. It's always going to be about the provolone. Maybe if you were to date librarians, you'd be singing about how bitches be reading too much. That's the thing. Everybody in my family has a mouth like this. This is it. There's no boundary. There's no, hey, why don't you think again about saying that? How about that? And everybody does it. I mean, how many of you out there have thought to yourself, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it'll be funny enough and I won't lose my job. How about that? I've thought about it, and it's true. And my sister is like that. She'll just say anything. She called me up, and out of the blue, it just said, hey, I call not taking care of the parents when they're old. And all I could think was, oh my God, she called it. I'm screwed. And she doesn't like our hometown. She, like, bolted immediately. And so we're driving through our hometown, and she's like, I can't believe you have any nostalgia for this place. Can't you see what this place needs? And I was like, what? He said, a match. I just got a new boyfriend. Every 17 years, I like to go for a little monogamy. I had to get a boyfriend because I got sick of having sex with strangers. Oh, I love the silence. Because I'm the only one that's ever had sex with a stranger, because tequila was just invented. Okay, that's... Sure. Here's the thing. Here's the reason I had to stop having sex with strangers. I hate that awkward moment when you're having sex with a stranger and you think to yourself, God, is this where he kills me? Awkward. Very, very awkward. Also, very hard to have an orgasm when you're poised for flight. Very tense. And I know you look at me and you think, I bet she's a wildcat in the sack. Not so much. You know what I am in the sack? A lot like I am on stage. Hard-working and earnest. That's right. Guys are always like, that'll do. Makes up for a lot, honey. And, but my boyfriend, I met my boyfriend online. Oh, some honest people. Yeah. The rest of you, we didn't meet in some golden shower chat room, jackasses. And if you don't know what that is, thank your Lord. Here's the thing. Online dating, it's great, because I'm actually quite good with computers. I am not good with men. Actual men, I'm not particularly good with them. No, me hitting on a guy is me standing next to him trying to use my powers of telekinesis to get him to ask me out. Generally, he thinks I'm having an aneurysm. But computers, I'm really good with computers. I was in Mississippi recently, and my laptop died, so I had to borrow computers. And somewhere in Mississippi, somebody has a decent computer with, like, a processor and a DSL. No one I met. Everybody I met had, like, a gerbil run computer that had, like, Windows 78. It was like hee-haw, where you'd actually walk up to the window and lift it up and go, do you have a typewriter I could borrow? Or a calculator? See, I'm good with computers, and online dating, it's a flippin' drop-down menu option. How much easier can it be? I am a woman looking for a man to date. Ta-da! Hooray! And then you tap, 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 you talk to him for a week or so, and then you go to a Starbucks, you sit across from a tiny table, and then one of you goes, no. Then you go back and you do it again, you do it again, you do it again, until finally I met a nice guy. Guess what he does? He invents video games for a living. I was like, dude, how did you get that job? See how romantic I am, dude? And I can't get a straight answer from him. He said, well, it's perfectly obvious how I got the job inventing video games. I fought my way through several levels. And then I killed the big lizard boss. But I recommend you get yourself a guy who plays video games, who reads comic books, who collects action figures. Get that guy. Go out with that guy. You know why? That guy is home. That guy has a curio shelf, and he's got to organize his action figures. They put out just like regular men. And me, I love video games, so it's great now. There's no more lies. I don't have to live the lie. I can just call them and go, honey, I'm going to be late. I am trapped as a bunny in the dark world. I cannot get my soldier form back, and I will be home as soon as I find the moon pearl. It's fine. It's awesome. And I'll tell you, we bought a house together. We're shacking up doing the devil's work. By the way, don't make that joke at your brother who's an evangelist. He gets all sad at you. But you know, I'm a comic, and he's, you know, he makes video games for a living, so we had to buy like a crack house next to a power plant that makes your kids bald. And though we have decided that if our kids are bald, we're going to send them right back to the power plant to get a real superpower, because we're not raising Lex Luthor. That's right. And, yeah. LA's fine. You know, everybody, it's funny, because we have we have no weather in Los Angeles until it's terrible, until it's horrifying weather in Los Angeles, until there's like mudslides, or the place is burning, or whatever. And the thing is from home, people will call me, they're like, are you okay? Did the brush fires affect you? Were you in the way of the mudslide? Not knowing that to live in Los Angeles, anywhere near like a hill or a tree, you have to have a giant bag of money. If there is ever like a serious like strip mall fire, I'm screwed. If they ever find out that like putting a tanning salon next to a yogurt place is like combustible, I'm f***ed. But until then, I'm just fine. It's all gonna work out for me. And the crazy thing is that I am from Wisconsin. Anybody here from Wisconsin? Wow, this state must be empty. All right. Holy smokes. What did you... That was the weirdest heckle. Did you just yell, nice economy? That's hilarious. I actually approve of that heckle. Good work. Nicely obscure. You've thrown me off. Well done. You know, I was in my hotel room and I was watching the Girls Gone Wild ad. Because, what am I, made of stone? I'll watch a test pattern if the colors change often enough. And I was just thinking of all the guys that I know just sitting in their hotel rooms also watching Girls Gone Wild infomercial, just thinking to themselves, maybe there'll be a free nipple. You don't know, maybe there will be. And I was just thinking, you know, why don't they have with the Girls Gone Wild videos? I would just love just a little picture within picture of their parents. Just them weeping softly into a cracked mirror. This isn't why we sent you to Georgia Tech. No. Are you really from North Platte? Oh, which is fine. Kearney, Columbus, Omaha, Lincoln. Omaha. I loved Omaha. That was sad. All right. Every time the damn half-hour special airs, I get 4 new fans and 1 letter from Iowa. From North Platte, usually. And it usually says, yeah, it sucks here, but fuck you. And, which I completely commiserate with, quite honestly. I'm like, you're on it. You're right. Oh, here's the car update. Get this. I went to lunch the other day. I went to lunch, first of all, at a restaurant, a nice restaurant, where, like, the Olsen twins go and don't eat. Right? And, so, I'm at this place. I come out. Someone has tried to steal my piece of shit car. I swear to God, a gang, obviously in a shame spiral, has decided to steal my car. I'm literally parked between a Toyota Sequoia and a Lexus. And granted, my car is unlocked, and they can't do it. They deserve the moniker low self-esteem gang. I can't believe they couldn't do it, because the AAA guy was like, he was almost there. He's just this piece. This is not the Gone in 60 Seconds gang, okay? And a hatchback? You're not going to go on some rampage in a hatchback. I swear to God, you're not going to live like natural-born killers. I have no idea why they would try to steal my vehicle, except for shame. But whatever. But to replace the ignition switch on an 89 Mazda, you have to build like a time machine. I couldn't believe it. And then the weirdest thing is when I bought that car here, because, well, you know. And I bought that car here, and the previous car I had was an 82 Escort. Oh, sure. And, yeah, it was back in the mid-90s. And, So I used to do a joke about that piece of shit car, right? There you go. I don't really care about cars, I guess. I don't know what the hell my problem is. Get a new fucking car. Whatever. But because these guys came up to me afterwards. They're like, "Are you looking for a new car? We can hook you up with a new car." When the Escort died, and I was like, "Well, yeah, kind of, just till spring, sort of." But and they didn't have a dealership. They were just two guys from like Egan who like fixed cars, and they had a farm or something where they had a bunch of cars. And they're like, "Well, how much do you want to spend on a car?" And I said, $200. Because that's what I wanted to spend. And they said, well, we have $200 cars, but you know, if you're willing to spend $400, we offer financing. Swear to God, I was like, financing on a $400 car? Will I end up paying like 16 grand for this car? I have one joke that never works, and I'm thinking of putting it on as a bonus track. What the hell? You know what it is? It's a joke that people hate. And here's the thing. I would never write a joke on purpose that no one would get. I am not an asshole. Here is the thing. I have accidentally written a joke that nobody's gotten. And it's not my fault. Here's the thing. I wrote this one joke. It's about the Mall of America. That it's a better name than the Mall of Yugoslavia, for example. Which would just be 5 big anchor stores fighting for ethnic superiority. It's just a weird political joke, right? But here's one. To get this joke, to get the following joke, all you have to know is a little basic history of the country of Liberia and be against the Monroe Doctrine. Here we go. Just the founding of Liberia. You can do it. Here we go. I know that we're freeing Iraq because they have our oil. But are we freeing Liberia because we want our slaves back? Founded by freed American slaves in 1842. See, that's not racist. The racist thing would be is if I were to say, who's the jackass who has to go to Liberia and say, yeah, the NBA draft is coming up. We're going to need a couple of guys. And that would be racist if most of the NBA, notwithstanding Larry Bird and that Chinese guy, they're black. Gonna go out on a limb there. You guys, take the stick out of your ass. It's all right. The black guy's left. Let's talk about it. Can you believe there's one black guy in the whole fucking audience? That's just... Hey, you guys. Whisper. No, they're very sweet. They're in love. It's beautiful. Sadly, I can hear it. Well, no. I'm right up here and all the echo, it's like this. Hey, tell another joke. No, seriously, tell another joke. What about now? So, you didn't know. But, you guys in love? Not you. You are in love, of course. It's very beautiful, but you're silently watching me. Granted, you don't have the best posture in the world. But, I like some openness. You two behind, they're palpably in love because you need insulin. You guys, nurse, you guys are sweet. You guys are diabetic. How long you been going out? T-Man? T? Texas? What is that? 20 years? That's adorable. Aw, somebody gives a shit. Make it happen. All right. I'm happy for you. All right. So, no, that's great. All right. Cool. You guys are adorable. All right. And, chatty. So, if you just wrap that part up, that'd be sweet. I usually sell my CD. I have 3 left. So feel free to go The Who on me and fucking stampede. I don't know. They're $10. I'll sign them for you if you want one. They got about 40 minutes of stand-up, a couple of theater pieces, me bitching out some audience members as bonus tracks, and because I am a dork. Yes, I love doing stand-up. Thank you so much for letting me. Have a good night, you guys. Good night.
Jackie Cation.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackie Cation.
That's exciting. All right, very happy to be here. I'm overweight. I think we've addressed it. Let's move on. We don't need to talk about it. It's gonna be fine. I'm very happy to be here. I love to do the stand-up comedy. Go wherever they'll let me. And I have been everywhere, and I love wherever I go, but I have been to the bad place, the place I will not be returning to, that place, of course, North Platte, Nebraska. Let's talk about it. Have you been? It blows. It's a terrible place. I hate them. I hate their children. I won't eat their cattle. They're horrible people. I swear to God. And the rest of Nebraska's fine. Kearney, Columbus, Omaha, Lincoln. I have been all over Nebraska because my career is on fire. The rest of Nebraska's fine. They get cable, they have the opposable thumb, all 26 of the letters. North Platte, Nebraska is full of jackasses and morons. That's what's happening. Swear to God. I was there and I was mistaken for a local, which in a small town usually means free beer. But no, North Platte, Nebraska. It meant that I was standing at the bar before the show began and a giant man thought I was someone he knew. So I'm standing there and this huge guy is walking towards me, screaming at me at the top of his lungs. Who said you could get out of the truck? That is a bad night. It's not gonna go well when you're mistaken for some jackass's battered wife right off the bat. Oh, Minnesota. You got all sad. It's okay, it's a joke. And it's not like I don't like small towns. I love small towns. And I've been to the Iron Range. It's beautiful. Oh, cripes, it's nice up there. Very sweet. It's a straight shot from here, too. Here's the thing. Don't go to northern Minnesota in the middle of the winter and have 8 or 9 shots of Rumpelmints. And then announce to a full bar that you've never been on a snowmobile. Because there will be a man who's had a couple of beers who says, "We're going! Right now, we're going!" And that man's wife will have clothes for you. Because they are good people. And what you will do is you will get into that guy's $500 truck. And you will drive to his $14,000 home. So that you can get onto his $27,000 snowmobile. That goes the speed of light. But I really do like traveling. I was in Philadelphia not long ago, which was like a fancy Milwaukee. And, it's like an old-timey Milwaukee. I went to see the Liberty Bell, because I am a dork, and that's what kind of stuff I do. So I go to see the Liberty Bell, and get this, they've locked up the Liberty Bell. Yeah, you gotta go through airport security to see the Liberty Bell. Wow, is the Liberty Bell safe? The terrorists don't know about the Liberty Bell. Nobody gives a damn. It was me and 200 children that didn't want to be there. And, what are the terrorists gonna do? Steal it and fix it? It's fine. And then I went to Atlantic City, and I had never been to Atlantic City. And did you know this? That Atlantic City, the Monopoly board, is named after Atlantic City. So Atlantic City was built, and then they made the Monopoly board. So when you walk around Atlantic City, you walk on the boardwalk, and then you see Park Place and Marvin Gardens, and it's hilarious. And I found out because I was almost crushed by a giant shoe. I hid underneath an enormous thimble. No, I did not gamble. I did not win gambling, shall we say. I did come in second place in a beauty contest. I won $15. I was immediately assessed a $75 luxury tax. This joke could go on forever. Let's just wrap it up with the free parking. There we go. Okay. And I am from Wisconsin. I'm from a little town outside of Milwaukee called South Milwaukee. Very glamorous. Called that because it's east of the city. We're not a bright people. But my parents still live there, and my parents are very funny people. They are not nice people. They're funny people. Anyone else raised by the hilarious? I was raised by the hilarious, and if you have hilarious parents, you were a mouthy child, because that's what you get. If you have hilarious parents, I was a mouthy child, and my mother, when she would have enough of it, she would say, "Come here, sit on my lap, let's look up orphanages." Funny now. And I tell that joke, and my mother always goes, "You know they were never listed." And I always wanted the dog, and my parents hate animals, and I wanted the dog so bad that by the time I was 9, I genuinely wanted to be blind so that I could have a dog. And I made the mistake of telling them that, and they burst out laughing and said, "Well, we wouldn't get you a dog. We get you Stick. Stick, you could name the Stick." So... they're funny people. And my father is a salesman. He loves the sale. He loves the pitch. Guy mostly sells aluminum siding. And the triumph of my father's aluminum siding career is that there is a brick house in South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that has aluminum siding. House made out of brick with some siding. How did he make that sale? You don't have to ask him. He will tell you. You should have heard the pitch. I just kept telling this guy, low maintenance, low maintenance. Brick will chip. And we were like, "Dad, was that fair to say that? Was that nice?" And he's like, "Nice? What am I, Santa? Am I Gandhi? Am I some kind of social worker? I got overhead." Because that's what he used to call us kids. It used to drive him nuts, though, when we sold stuff for school because we didn't make any money. But he knew we needed to learn how to sell, so he didn't want to interfere with that process. And he would never help us sell. He would always say, "It's your sale. You close the deal." I'm 7. I was 7 the first time he sent me to work the neighborhood for Little League, and I come home and he's sitting on the couch tweaking. "How did it go? How did it go? How many candy bars did you sell? Was everybody home? Were there any not homes? Did you write down the not homes? You can go to the not homes tomorrow." No, I'm 7. I went to all the houses I'm allowed to walk to. And I didn't go to any of the houses that said no soliciting, because the coach said you're not supposed to go there because those people don't want you. And he freaked. "You didn't go to the no solicit. Tomorrow, you go to the no solicit." Do you know why those people got those signs up? They'll buy anything. They didn't even want those signs. When I was 10 years old, my sister and I were selling candles for church. You know, the tall, crystallized ones with the pictures of Jesus and Santa shaking hands. Okay, so there are candle boxes stacked all around the house, and my dad has had it. And he's like, "Are you two making any money on this?" And we're like, "No, we're selling them for church, Dad." And he goes, "Yeah, and now you're going to learn something. How much you selling them for?" And we say $3.50 each. And he says, "Now you two are going to sell them for $5. And that's how we learned how to skim off the top. I am married. You may applaud. I am a beacon of hope. That's right, a beacon of hope. Because I do comedy. That's what I've always done. I'm 2 years married. It's all very exciting because and if you get married and you're not like 25 or 30, everyone comes because it's a spectacle. And
you know it, Jamie.
Because you know who thinks I'm gay? Almost everyone. Yeah. Oh yeah, my family was like, "I thought you were dead." And you would have thought I was dead, because when I told them I was getting married, you would have thought it was the second coming of Christ, and that I had spent 20 years of my life playing with my own toes. They were like, "Oh my God, he's here!" And now, when I talk to my family, when I talk to my parents, the undercurrent of every single phone call is, "You're not fucking this up, are you? Don't fuck this up. You'll die alone." And And, I mean, my family wants to be supportive. Everyone's family wishes to be supportive. They just have no clue how to do it. Because, literally, when I was 17, everyone's a mess when they're 17. I think that's safe to say. And my mother, when I was 17, said to me, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know whether you're going to end up homeless or killing yourself. And I was like, wow, I am right here. You said that out loud. And so I tell my sister that, and my sister goes, she's such an asshole. You could live with me. Supportive, but not. Anyway, so here's the thing. So I've been doing stand-up for like 20 years, right? I've been doing stand-up since women comics would get stage time right before they were burned as a witch. So I gotta type 3 minutes on the jackass who framed me. Anyway. And my husband makes video games for a living. I was like, dude, how did you get that job? Because I'm very romantic, and I call my husband dude. And he goes, well, it's perfectly obvious how I got that job. I fought my way through several levels. And then I killed the boss. And I recommend that you go out with a guy who plays video games, who collects action figures, who reads comic books. Go out with that guy. Marry that guy. Do you know why? Because that guy is home. Like right now, dude is around. He has got a curio shelf and he's got to organize his action figures. Keeps them off the pipe, keeps them off the pole. Come on. Yeah, he's a game designer, though, so I married art guy, right? And so everything's a game. He loves all games. He will play any game that you would like to play. Paper, scissors, rock, board games, card games, video games, dress up like an elf, go away for the weekend. Dude is dipped, is what I'm saying. And more than once when we were organizing our wedding, he referred to our outfits as costumes. He wanted us to get dressed up like pirates and take over another wedding. Now, I am not saying that that would not have been fun. I am just saying that I am not organizing 2 weddings, crazy man. And he's like, why would you have to organize the second one? Arr. And he wanted to wear a crown to our wedding. Yes! That's the most positive response ever. Because everybody else is usually like, he wants to wear a what? And you're going to let him? And that's when I knew I hadn't done a lot of dating, because I didn't know that I could not let him do things. But I didn't care. He could wear his underpants and carry a pork chop, right? I was in. And, because he's awesome. Seriously, all I've ever wanted in my life is a naked friend. Yay! Naked friend! Who doesn't want a naked friend? Yeah, party. Anyway. But we went on our honeymoon, and he wanted us to get matching tattoos. I am not tattoo people. I said, instead of tattoos, why don't we just start collecting spoons like old people do when they travel? That's a thing. And he said, oh my God, let's get tattoos of those spoons. We'll like get a cabinet tattooed on our backs, and then everywhere that we go, we'll get a different spoon tattoo. And I was like, wow, I would rather get a plate in my head and collect magnets. It's amazing that he makes video games, because I love video games. I've always loved video games. Video games are fantastic. And I know a lot of people don't. They don't enjoy them. And the news hates video games. And the news, of course, I hate the news. Right back at you, news. Yeah, right on. I don't know if you've watched the news, but the purpose of the news seems to be to scare the shit out of me and then cut to a commercial to sell me a pill. So, because for some reason I'm all nervous. Why would I be nervous? You just told me to LoJack my kid. And, jackasses. At least video games, you're proactive. You're fighting the good fight. You're affecting change at a grassroots level. You're not. But it's awesome. And they're shooting, and I need to shoot shit. So, I'm a grown-up lady. Allow me to shoot. It's best to occur fictionally. Now, but I hate it when they try to scare you into doing stuff. Like, there's, first of all, I saw on the news that they have bioengineered corn. They have bioengineered corn that bugs will not eat. Guess what I don't want? Corn that bugs won't eat. What the fuck do the bugs know? Did they know about the peanut butter? Could they have a better FDA than we do? They must. And so video games, I love them. And there are many video games that are awful. It's true. There is a rule with video games, if you don't know, the more horrifying the storyline of a video game, the more fun the video game. That is a rule. I did not make that rule. If there were a video game where you stab babies in their sleep, it would be horrifying, but I would be in my room going, I win. So don't let your kids play that game. That's a bad game for children. And there's a lot of games I play that are shooting games at the arcade that are like, you're a cop, but you don't arrest anyone, you just shoot them. That is a terrible premise. That is a fun game. Worst premise ever, worst premise ever. Final Fantasy Legend. It's true. Terror Target Gold. It's fantastic. Anyway, so... But get this, is Final Fantasy Legend, the very first one for Game Boy, my old Game Boy. Awesome role-playing game. You pick 4 companions, you go to 5 different worlds, you learn the secrets of those worlds, you kill the heads of those worlds. And then you get to meet God. And God is a tiny Amish man on the Game Boy screen. And then you kill God. And that's the worst premise ever. I know that. I'm not made of stone up here, but it took me 8 months to beat that game. 8 months! I stood in front of God for a month, switching guys, switching weapons. I couldn't kill him. I called the Nintendo game counselors, which is real and not free. It is $2.99 a minute to talk to Eric. He is 12. And he makes fun of you, and I was like, he goes, so do you have a mutant in your party? And I was like, do I sound like a moron, Eric? Yes, I have a mutant in my... If you people learn nothing tonight, if you were offered a mutant, take it. Take it. It'll morph. It'll have powers you can't even imagine. And he goes, well, just give your mutant the saw, and God will fall to pieces. And so it came to pass. You know, you do that joke in Mississippi, you have to close it with, what would Jesus do? He would laugh. Laugh, I tell you. He wouldn't chase you out of town with pitchforks and fire. All right. And I've been hanging out with guys like my husband my entire life, and I've had to cut some people off. You can't hang out with everybody forever. And some people, like there was a guy I went to college with who legally changed his name to his Dungeons and Dragon dude name. Yeah, that guy's done. That guy's done. Chad is now Quest Akita. And... not realizing that he doesn't get to keep his +7 armor. I totally just picture Chad, Quest Akita, whatever, living in his parents' basement in Wisconsin, mourning the decline of DOS. And 12 people. Okay. The rest of you guys can Google it when you get home. But I've drawn a line in the sand, and it's very far down the road. I'm still willing to hang out with almost everyone. I've drawn a line right before the war reenactment guys. So I'm willing to hang out with everybody up to, but not including the war reenactment guys. Do you know how far into the dork forest you gotta go to get to the flippant war reenactment guys? Very deep. You gotta go by Beanie Baby people and Star Wars guys and Renaissance Festival freaks and Pokemon kids. And you have to get by the Twilight vampires and Harry Potter himself. To get to the war reenactment guys, who I won't hang out with anymore. How sad is that? Because they always say stuff like, every weekend I just eat hardtack with Revel's in it, because that's what it was really like during the Revolutionary War. And no girls allowed, you can't play. I don't want to play. Still no girls allowed. Still do not wish to play. Swear to God, the guy said to me, well, maybe you could play, maybe you could be a pioneer prostitute. They called them camp followers. Guess what I don't want to be? A pioneer prostitute. I don't want there to be a fake sign in the fake Lewis and Clark General Store window that says Jackie Cation puts out for pelts. Alternate punchline, beavers for beaver. A little dirtier. Thought you might like it. You people did. Good for you. Okay. And the reason I stopped, because I moved to Los Angeles, and I met these guys who were World War II reenactment guys. World War II reenactment guys. You know those people are assholes. That's not okay. There's still people alive from that one. Let's wait till everyone's dead before we play the game, jackass. And ooh, can I be a Jew? This is a terrible idea. I'm thinking of starting my own group called the Vietnam War Protesters Reenactment Group. Yeah, we're just gonna get stoned and pretend we're making a difference. The boomers either love or hate that joke. I've been doing comedy forever, right? And I have 4 older brothers, and I have a husband, and I have a dad, and comics, male comics, for 20 years. I've been hanging out with guys. And so I always thought that I understood guy funny. Not like stand-up comedy guy funny, but just guys, how they're funny with like their wives and their daughters and their moms and their sisters. Because when I was a kid in Wisconsin, every time we would drive by a pasture with cattle in it, every time my father would say, "See those cows? You know what those cows are? They're outstanding in their field." Every time. I have heard that joke hundreds of times. I have laughed at that joke dozens of times, against my very will. Because that's what it is. That's what guy funny is. You tell your daughter, your wife, or your girlfriend, or your sister a joke 50 times in the hopes that she will laugh at it 7 times. And then the other 43 times, all you do is sit there and go, "Ha, not this time." Next time. So, I was home for Christmas, and my brother and I were doing dishes in the kitchen while my sister-in-law put their 2 beautiful children to bed. And there on the kitchen floor was a dirty sock. Creepy, child-encrusted, wet, dirty sock. And he picks it up and he whips it at me. And I'm like, "Dude, aren't you 45? Did you just whip a sock at me?" And he says, "Moron says what?" And I didn't hear him, and I said, "What?" You know what that is? That is an hour and a half of my life that I'm never getting back. "Did you know you're a moron? Did you know you're a moron? You're a moron. Why don't you give me a soda because you're a moron? Diet Coke, moron, go." And this is where I like to tell people that my brother Russ really likes the movie You've Got Mail. Because that's the gayest movie ever. Him and his wife and his 2 kids, nice disguise. Anyway, he is, but okay, and on election day, my husband called me every 2 hours to say, "I am having a raging election. I've never seen such a massive election in my entire life. This is a huge raging election." Every 2 hours, until finally I was like, "You know, after 4 hours, you're supposed to see someone." Gotcha. But I always fall for it. I don't know why. It's like the Sixth Sense. I didn't know he was a ghost. I have no idea why. You'd think I'd see it coming at this late date. But no. So it's our 2nd anniversary a couple of months ago, right? And for our 1st anniversary, I marry Art Guy, right? So I'm married to Art Guy, and so for our 1st anniversary, we're supposed to give each other paper. And not that it's a contest, but he won. Okay. Because he took all of our early emails and put them on pretty paper and then put it in a nice leather-bound thing. I wrote him a note and put some stickers on it. So he won. And so I'm like, year two, I'm going to do it. And year 2 is cotton. You're supposed to give each other cotton. And so we were out to lunch. Me, him, and my last friend from high school. That they have never met, my husband and my last friend from high school, this guy, Stefan. And we're sitting at lunch in Milwaukee, by the way. If you ever want to eat everything for $4, go to Milwaukee. Free pie and coffee. Okay, with half a chicken. Anyway, so but they've never met each other. We're sitting at lunch, and I say, "It's going to be our 2nd anniversary. We're supposed to give each other cotton." And my husband, without missing a beat, goes, No, I hear it's bread. We're supposed to give each other bread." And my friend from high school has his back and just goes, "Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that it's bread." They've never even met each other. But the hilarity of taking Jackie for a buggy ride is so funny. Because then I'm sitting there going, "Well, maybe it's bread. I don't know. Maybe it's bread." And so we stand up to leave the restaurant, and there's an old woman sitting at a table next to us, and I say to her, "Hey, it's our 2nd anniversary. I think it's cotton, like it was paper and it's cotton. They think it's bread. Do you know what it is?" And she stood up and yelled at me and said, "It's never going to be bread. It's not food. Ever." backfired on him, of course, because he got 2 cotton t-shirts and a CD of the best of Bread. And I don't know if you've ever heard the band Bread, but they are not good. They make you want to burst into tears and roller skate backwards. So the only thing I knew about being a wife or being a girlfriend was the 9,000 male comics that I've known that have been telling the same 3 damn jokes over the last 20 years. And sometimes those jokes are funny, and many times they are not, but they are the same 3 damn jokes, I promise you. And they are that women will spend all your money, once you get married, they stop sleeping with you, and bitches, man, they're all bitches. So I have spent the last 2 years of my life making sure I am not hemorrhaging his money, making sure everybody's happy in the sack, we all happy in the sack, and then if I have a negative emotion, I like to stuff it. I moved from here to Los Angeles, brought my car, 1989 Mazda 323 hatchback, with about 1 billion miles, still has the Minnesota plates because I'm indulging in a little insurance fraud. And my favorite thing to do with my piece of shit car in Los Angeles? Valet park. I love to valet park the Honka Junk car. I love to spend $5 and 10 minutes explaining how to drive my car to the man who is trying to work for a living. It goes something like this. Yeah, you gotta start it in neutral. The emergency brake doesn't. Don't lock it. Don't lock it. Don't lock it. Thanks. Now I have to climb through the hatch. And people with really nice cars are mean to the valet guys, and you know what that is? That is mean. That isn't okay. I like to play a little game with the valet guys where I pull up quick before they see the car. And then I jump out and I hand them the keys and I say very sternly, and hey, be careful. And then they see the car and we share a laugh. And then I like to say, and I've written down the mileage. Much above 197.5. You are joyriding. Somebody stole the tape deck out of my piece of shit car. Yeah, let's internalize the word tape deck for a second, shall we? It's a street value of a tape deck. $1.50, $2? What are we talking about? Somebody broke the passenger side window so they could have my $100 Best Buy tape deck. Here's what I would love to say to the criminals of the world. No one locks an 89 Mazda. No one. Check the door, dumbass. Take what you'd like. Because now I have to replace either the window or the jukebox. And what am I, Rockefeller? And I replaced the window because I'm a grown-up lady. And but now I got nothing to do. Horrible LA traffic. Driving around, no music, no nothing. And I've taken up a little light reading while driving. No one is pleased. One guy almost monster trucked my ass in his 2-bedroom SUV. Got off his spiral staircase long enough to yell at me. And he's pointing at me and he's like, are you reading or are you driving? And I swear to God, pointing at me with his cell phone. And I love a cell phone. I'm not against a cell phone. Some people are. Some people think it's unnecessary technology. Those people, of course, the direct descendant of the guy who hated the wheel. Because cell phones are fantastic. And why don't you go back in time and bitch about the alphabet? What about that? What do you want to write shit down for? Let's just go tell her the story. Because people have always hated the new technology. They always have. Before cell phones and video games and televisions, it was radio. And before radio, it was the evil fictional novel. And before that, it was poetry. And I swear to God, back in the 12th century, it was backgammon. Parents hated backgammon. Like Vice City hated backgammon. Like Billy's in the castle for 10 hours a day playing backgammon. I can't get him out. I've tried everything. Jousting camp. I am sending that boy on the children's crusade. 20 people. Excellent. I'm building. That's what I'm doing. It's going to be great. You guys huge fans of Sarah Palin? Let's just go there. I was psyched. Sarah Palin. I thought she would have made an excellent vice president in The Handmaid's Tale. Speaking of weird, obscure jokes. There you go. I got another one. I enjoy the hippity hop. Anyone else enjoy the hip hop with the talking and the music? Just one guy. Excellent. This is going to go really well. Okay. I enjoy the hip-hop because I'm a spoken word person. I like it when it's sort of positive, when it's kind of cheerful.
Courier. Hi.
Like back in the day, it was BDP and Public Enemy and Eric B. and Rakim. And, you know, Big Daddy Cait spoke to us all when he said in 1989, romance with no finance is a damn nuisance. Now, and currently, I mean, Atmosphere, they're from here, little emo, but I like them. And then there's Blackalicious and Common, and there's great Black Eyed Peas. But let me just say that Nelly and 50 Cent and Eminem, I think we can all agree that the beets are fat. But I can tell I'm getting a little older because I want to get Nellie and just go, you are hanging out with the wrong girls. If you hang out with strippers and hookers, it is always going to be about your cheddar. It's always going to be about your provolone, buddy. Maybe you date a librarian and sing about how bitches be reading too much. That joke is well crafted. I consider myself a Christian. I would never tell anyone that I was a Christian because everyone who says that they're a Christian, the next thing out of their mouth is something horrifying. And so, but I've decided I want the word back, so fuck off. And, I'm a Christian. I'd like the Christ. I live nice. Good. So, but George Bush always said he was a Christian, but he never went to church. He never ever went to church and still doesn't because, and he said his excuse was that he didn't want to endanger the rest of the congregation. And I was like, my dad has been looking for that excuse his entire life. And the closest he's come is, kickoff is at noon. The other thing is George Bush said that he wants to be alive to see the rapture. And guess what? If you were alive to see the rapture, you have dropped the ball, dumbass. I don't want to be anywhere near a rapture. I don't want anything like a rapture happen. You know how I want to die? Very old, in my bed, being fingered to death by someone I love. That is how I would like to be. Some people think that is a horrifying image. I think that that is a better image than the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Don't break up into discussion groups about it. I did live with my sister for a short amount of time. I was in Milwaukee, and it was a Sunday afternoon in Milwaukee. I was staying with my sister, and I decided that I would like to get a beer and play a video game. And so I go to a local bar, and then it's 3 in the afternoon, and then all of a sudden, it's 11 p.m., and I am best friends with the career drunks at the bar. And one of them is an older guy, middle to late 70s, genuinely old guy. And it's about 11 p.m., and he says, do you want to keep drinking? And I said, of course I do. Yes, I do. And so we get into his Cadillac. That is right, Cadillac excitement. Now, we get into his car, and we drive to another bar in Milwaukee. Now I have no idea where I am. Good news, he did not take me to a lime pit and get rid of my body. So, the next thing I know, it's 2 in the morning, and we're hammered. And now we're back in his car, and he starts hitting on me. And I think to myself, ew, old guy hitting on me. And then he starts telling me how sad he is, and how long it's been, and how lonely he is. And I think, I could fuck him. It wouldn't kill me. And again, let me just say that I think I'm kind of sweet. Who else is thinking of fucking the old? Now, so I turn to him, and I put my hand on his leg, on his thigh. At no time do I touch the little veteran of the big war. And he turns to me, and he says, thank you, and he comes. Now, swear to God, I never realized how powerful I was as a woman until that very moment. So I moved to Los Angeles, and people, it's weird about Los Angeles, because when I first moved there, I thought that there'd be shouting on the streets, you know, hey, we're trying to shoot Baywatch, get the hell out of the way. But everyone was very nice, very polite. My first Hollywood party, I was trying to fit in, right, trying not to sweat, because everyone said their glands removed, and people were pretty nice about it, but I was at this party, and this woman comes up to me that I've just met and says, hey, Jackie, there's cake. Of course, you'll want a piece of cake. And I was like, wow, no, thank you. Cake is not my downfall. I am not retaining excess cake. You got a piece of chicken back there, I'm all over it. Because I love chicken. I love chicken like it's a problem. I can't have it in the house. Trigger food. Can't do it. I love chicken so much that I will occasionally purchase chicken wings at Hooters. This is not a feminist moment, ladies and gentlemen. But I get them to go, and they make a hell of a wing. Here's what I don't understand about the Hooters chicks. All day long, they bust their ass serving people food for tips, right? And all day long, Tiny Outfit shake their ass for tips. And then they go home at night and they have like $100, maybe $200 in tips. And that's great, except for the fact that they could make like $1,000 a night in tips. No food involved. Just shaking their ass. And they don't. And I understand that they were abused as children and that's why they work there. But were there math problems? You know, you tell that joke in Pittsburgh, a guy yells out, "Well, don't tell him." You gonna ruin everything? Yes. Oh, don't forget to tip the waitstaff, by the way. It's not a fucking hobby. There's 3 kinds of crazy people in Los Angeles. There's the people who want to suck the normal off you. I don't know if it keeps them skinny or kills cellulite or what. But when I first moved to Los Angeles, the first time I ever did stand-up, this couple came up to me after the show. Man, woman, heterosexual couple comes up to me and says, "You're really funny. We want to have sex with you." No. First of all, I'm really funny. They want to have sex with me? Like in the middle of sex, I'm like, so this horse walks into a bar. Why the long face? Can't tell half a joke. Now, here's something you don't need to know. I can't have sex with lots of people. One guy, having a good time. That's the project. That's the deal. That's the task. If I were to have sex with lots of people, I have low self-esteem. I'd spend the entire night going, "Are you having fun? Are you having fun? What's happening back here? How's it going? Can I get you something? A little coffee, some sheet cake?" And 5 people having sex. Let there be snacks. Now, but the truly crazy people are the people who want to rain on your parade because you like LA. Like, I like it, and I get to see famous people sometimes, and it's exciting. A friend of mine came to visit, and she got off the plane from Savannah, Georgia, and she goes, "I need to see famous people." And I was like, "I do not know where they are kept." And she pulls out an Us magazine and goes, "I do." And literally, we drive around for like 5 hours until we pull up to a restaurant and Orlando Bloom walks out and gets into his car and drives off. And she hits me and goes, "Don't follow him." Okay, crazy lady, I won't follow him. What are we gonna do? Lure him into the car with some Snickers bars? Finish raising him? What the hell? But I saw Keanu Reeves, age appropriate, drinking at 11:30 a.m. Pass it on. Okay, so I see Keanu Reeves, he's all handsome, and I tell a friend of mine that I have seen him, and she goes, "Yeah, he's cute, but did you know that he's gay?" And I was like, "I did not know that. You know what I do know is never gonna be an issue. We are not gonna date." I don't even think he's the brightest bulb on the tree, quite honestly. I wouldn't kick him out of bed if he wanted to discuss philosophy. Though I might say, "Shh. You're so pretty. Just lie there and think of England." I got it. But the truly crazy people in Los Angeles are literally the animal people. And before I go into it, allow me to make an announcement. I love animals. I love them. People are animals. I love people. I love the tiny animals we have as pets. I love the larger ones we eat. I love all the animals. I'm like Dr. Dolittle up here. I freaking love the animals. My husband has an iguana. It's like petting a purse, but it's a perfectly nice animal. Very adorable lizard. And, but get this. When I was a kid, of course, if you had an old dog or a very ill cat, you sadly put the dog down, put the cat to sleep. It was very sad. But they would go to Happy Dog or Cat Heaven, and you would go to the pound to get a new fucking dog. And it's a circle of life. It was very beautiful. That doesn't happen in crazy Los Angeles land, where people are like, "Oh no, the cat's only 17, we're gonna get dialysis." Are you? I have a friend of mine who has a cat that is 21 years old, and in addition to the plethora of other issues going on with this cat, it now has diabetes. And so she has to shoot it up twice a day. You know what that is? Time for a new cat. New cat twice a day? Why do you get a cat? So you don't have to do anything. That's why you get a cat. Because it poops in a box. $3,000 for diabetic cat medicine for this cat. You know what that is? That is 3,000 new cats. Because cats are free. And I have another friend of mine who has a dog, and the dog has to get a new hip, but it didn't work. And so the dog is still scooting around on a cart like Captain Pike. And let me tell you something. It is a dog. It is not ever going to be Stephen Hawking. Not ever. It's not going to write the great American novel from the cart. It's not going to cure cancer from the cart. If it can't run, new dog. New dog! And people get mad at me in LA, and they come up to me after shows, and they're like, you don't like animals. And I said, no, I don't like you. Because you're a jackass about your pet. You gotta let go, weirdo. And because what do you get with a cat or a dog? 15, 20 years. That's what you get. I didn't make that rule. If you would like more than that, turtle, 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 turtle. Tiny turtle, hat, tutu, carried around your creepy Paris Hilton purse. Can lift its head up. Adorable. Giant tortoise that could walk slowly around your backyard for 300 years and become a burden on your descendants. Turtle. Where I go to eat breakfast in LA, right next to my breakfast place, there is an animal eye care clinic. Kid you not, animal eye care clinic. I don't have insurance, but let's get Mitten some contacts. Better now or now? Better now or now? When I first moved to Los Angeles, I was set up on a practical joke. I hate them. And I was told that I could get a massage down on Venice Beach. You can get touched. So I go down to Venice Beach, Muscle Beach, and I go down there and I go to the old Chinese dude that I'm told to go to, Mr. Lee. And he has got a table and a tent, and I am wearing shorts and a t-shirt. And I lay down on his table and he's working on my back, and life is good. And then he starts working on my legs, and he's working up my legs, and he's working up my legs. Yes, until I am forced to say aloud to Mr. Lee, that's where I keep my vagina. You're gonna need to move to the other leg. Or up to the left and faster. And I'm not made of stone. It's been established. But I told that story in Oklahoma, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and this very drunk woman comes up to me after the show and says, you need to sell a t-shirt that says up to the left and faster. And I was like, please, God, no. 2 reasons I can't sell that shirt. First of all, and most importantly, I don't want to be the vagina t-shirt lady. How about that? And here's from a strictly sales point of view, that wouldn't be the t-shirt up to the left and faster. That's dumb out of context. That doesn't make any sense. Up to the left. The t-shirt would have to say, horrifyingly enough, that's where I keep my vagina, with a big arrow going down. And I would sell 1 million of them. And for the fellas, it would be, that's where I keep my vagina, with a big arrow going to the left, like I'm with stupid. And I would sell 1 billion of those. In the Wisconsin Dells. And then I could count all of my money in hell. Because that's where you count your vagina t-shirt money. Me living in a double wide in North Platte. The last time I was home, I had breakfast with my dad. Me and my dad out to breakfast, and he says to me, all right, how's it going out there in Hollywood? What's the plan? And I got a little defensive. And I said, you know what, Dad? I just figured out I love to do stand-up and to act and to write. As far as I'm concerned, that is the plan. I mean, a giant bag of money as a doorstop would be nice. But, you know, I am doing what I love, and I am not being an asshole, so I win. And he backed right down. It was awesome. But then he goes, all right, well, then let's talk about your act. Because he is a salesman. And in his mind, my act, comedy, is my pitch. He's got a lot of showbiz advice, by the way. He's got a lot, like, he likes to say things like, you make your opportunities and you break your opportunities. Remember what Jesus said. Give a man a fish, that man knows where to go for fish. Teach a man to fish and you just destroyed your market base. Jesus never said that. It wasn't him. He didn't say that. He didn't say kill them all sort them out. He didn't say any number of things. Like you see the stick up your neighbor's ass and not the one up your own. But so, he outlined my act on a placemat. And he goes, all right, now the MC is very important. He gets you into the house to make the sale. The MC should never introduce you as being funny. He should talk up your credits, and then when you're funny, that's the payoff. When you end your show, never end on a joke. Pardon me? And he goes, hear me out. You do your last joke, and then you gotta do your post-close warm-down. You've made the sale. Now let the people know that it was time well spent. Take a moment. Tell them what you've told me, that you love to do the stand-up. Ask them if they've had a good time. If they have, they should tell their friends to come see the show. You could make a joke there, tell them you need the work. That's funny. Thank them for coming out to the show. My father is a piece of work. I think that's been established. But the things that he knows well. So I would like to say that I love performing. Thank you very much for coming out to the show. If you had a good time, please tell your friends, because I need the work, obviously. Thanks a lot, you guys. Drive safe. Take care. I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old, and my sister and I were having a contest to see who could sell the most candles for church. You know those tall, crystallized ones with the pictures of Jesus and Santa shaking hands? Now, there's all these candle boxes stacked all around the house, and my dad has had it. He's like, "Are you two making any money on this?" And we're like, "No, Dad, we're selling them for church." And he goes, "Well, how much you selling them for?" And he says, $3.50 each. And he goes, What happened over here? Sorry, I got distracted. I'm alive. What the fuck? There was a conversation right there, and it was, what was it?
She was taking a sip.
Oh, she was trying it out? Oh, excellent. How is it? What is it? Is it delicious? No, I'm good. I have a giant bottle of my own crap. What is it?
A bulldog.
It's a Colorado Bulldog.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday? Excellent. Should we cut you in half and count the rings? Congratulations. Oh, I saw you wearing that. You were wearing a pointy hat on the way in, and I was like, Minneapolis, Wiccan. You people are hippies. Is there a Wiccan in the back? All right, congratulations.
Thank you, babe.
All right, well done. How, all right, now what's happened is people are just going to yell shit. That's fine. Yes, the Colorado Bulldog and other things. What about, was it you with the hat and the texting? Is that you the one who was fucking yelling? Oh, okay. You're busy texting, you're not yelling. Oh, good. All right. That's, all right. Is it a bachelor party? When, who's the bachelor? The hat dude? You should give that guy the hat. It should be the guy in the hat. It should be made out of diaphragms or something.
Hello, Director Red 27.
You guys are the only guys who aren't going to see a titty bar in a bachelor party. It's true the night is young. Will you go to Sheik's? Sheik's is like the fancy one where... What? Something cheaper? Well, you guys know how to treat your buddy right. Going to the strip joint where it's mastectomy night. I lived here for 6 years, did you know? All right, can you tell? Where did I live? Over on the West Bank, kind of by the Gaza Strip. Oh. The stand-up comedy is great. It's weird about stand-up comedy, though, because people will come up to you afterwards and try to tell you a joke. I don't want to hear it. It's always horrifying. It's always a horrifying joke. Sometimes it's both racist and sexist. And I'm never polite about it, and I try to be polite, and it always fails. I was at my sister's work, and one of her coworkers comes up to me and says, "I got a joke for you." And I was like, okay. And he goes, "What do you call a Mexican with a really big toe?" And I said, "A racist?" And he didn't get it. And then he goes, No, Roberto." And then I didn't get it, and we were even. And he goes, "Oh my God, I got another one. Why are bananas my favorite fruit?" And I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Because they got a peel." And I was like, oh my God, I thought it was going to be racist and then a dick joke, but it turns out you're 4. I don't mind 4. 4's all right. Then last night, second show, this guy comes up to me, and he's like 25 years old with a faux hawk. Don't do that. That's 7. That's the last year you get to wear a faux hawk, unless you're a soccer player. How about that? And but a perfectly nice young man comes up to me, and this guy comes up to me, and he's like, drunk, super drunk, and all of his friends are trying to stop him from talking to me, but he's got a mission, man. He's on it. And so he comes up to me, and he says, I gotta tell you this thing. When I got to the club tonight and I saw your headshot, and I gotta tell you, and I said, hang on a minute. Take a second, think to yourself, is this going to be offensive? And he actually stood there and he went, maybe, but I gotta say it. Gotta say it. You know, usually I don't like women. Usually you don't like women comics, but I'm fine. He's like, you're great. It's awesome. And I said, you know what? That's fine. You know, usually I don't like drunken assholes, but you came over, and it was awesome to meet you. Thought I'd digress briefly and let you in on the comedy mind. You look a little terrified, by the way.
Please give it up for Jackie Cation.
Here we are. Stand-up comedy. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna get my act together here. Having some shirt issues. I am overweight. You may consider that addressed. Never as funny as you think. The fat jokes. I don't have any. It's not happening. It's exciting to be here. I love stand-up comedy. It's my favorite thing. I've been doing it forever, since women comics would get stage time right before they were burned as a witch. I opened for Hester Prynne. Back in the 1600s, it was sweet. She had a tight 5 in the Iroquois. A lot of feather jokes. Funny then, hacky now. Very happy to be here. I go wherever they'll let me. I love to do the stand-up comedy. I live in Los Angeles. I'm from Wisconsin. And when you move to Los Angeles, there's never any illusion about what you look like. Like this in Wisconsin, this is a 6. Professionals get involved, maybe a 7. Los Angeles, this is an airport cop, my friends. Nothing to be done. And I'm okay with that. I've tried to explain to them that they could clean it up, turn it into a judge or a lawyer. I don't know. Play whatever you want. And I travel all over the place, and I love to do stand-up comedy. But sometimes I get a little smug. I can get a little in my own head about it. I forget sometimes that I'm from Wisconsin. Yeah. What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. Sometimes I go to, like, Arizona. Here's what's happened. I don't know if... It's us. Every state in the union has elected some nutbag. And it's us. We're the ones voting. But every single state that I go to that I wish to lord over them, because I don't have some banana head. You know, in Wisconsin, we have a governor called Scott Walker. That's his name. And he is a big fan of arming grade school teachers in the room. Also, by the way, huge fan of destroying the teachers' union. This is not a man that has thought through his plan. I'm going to take away your pension and hand you this weapon. This is not a bright man. This is not a man who has thought through. Paul Ryan, also from Wisconsin, pretty sure that guy date raped me in college. I am not saying he did. I am saying he looks like the guy, and he's age appropriate. That's what I'm saying. But I go everywhere. I'll go wherever anyone will let me, quite honestly. A couple of years ago, I went to Iraq to do stand-up comedy, because that's where people were working. And I'm against war. I'm always going to be against war because I'm against hitting. So I'm going to be against everything above hitting. But people are always like, you got to support the troops. And I was like, I've always supported the troops. I support the troops finding other work, but I support the troops. And I never know anything. I've known nothing about the armed forces. I come from a long line of cowards, my friends. Yeah, we're runners. And so I don't know anything about the armed forces, but we go here's the weirdest thing I found out about. Everybody in the service, 98% of the people that I met that are in the service genuinely wanted to be of service. It was weird, since that's what it's called. But they were good people that were, like, trying to be of service. And, you know, I would occasionally meet that guy who's winning the war by himself, you know? He's like, want to feel my muscle? You're never safe but when you're with me. No one likes that guy. The guy next to him hates that guy. But I went to Iraq a couple of years ago in July, because that's when you want to go to Baghdad. You want to go to Baghdad in July, especially if you've ever wondered what would it be like to live in a convection oven. It's hot, it's windy. And it was me, 2 other comics, and 4 Philadelphia Eagle cheerleaders, B Squad. Yeah, because they were jackasses, these women. These ladies were out of their tiny lizard minds. Yeah. Because we were supposed to fly everywhere. We were supposed to fly everywhere in Blackhawks, which I totally wanted to do, because I enjoy video games. And I wanted to fly in a Blackhawk. But there were dust storms. It was dust storm season in Baghdad, so we were not allowed to fly anywhere. We had to drive everywhere. And the cheerleaders became angry. Angry cheerleaders. I don't know if you've ever seen angry cheerleaders, but it's like bees. They wanted the army to fix the weather. Turns out, A, the Army's plate was full at this time, and B, it's the weather. So they put a lot of Kevlar on me, right? Because this isn't butch enough, right? Let's bring this down a notch, right? Because you know who thinks I'm gay? Almost everyone. Could have been, went to college. It's not like I might not know. It didn't take. So, So I'm going along, and we have to drive in these things, these MRAPs, these mine-resistant armored personnel vehicles. That's what they're called. And everybody keeps telling me, don't worry, Jackie, don't worry. No one's ever been killed in an MRAP. No one's ever been killed in an MRAP. And I'm like, really? Has anyone ever wet themselves in an MRAP? Because that's what I'm going to do. And so it came to pass. Everything I know about the Army, I know from the commercials, right? So I know that it's an adventure. That's what I know about the Army, that it's an adventure. What I did not know was that it was also a job. Like a job. Like get up in the morning and file something and shoot something and shovel something. Like regular jobs like everybody has. And the weirdest thing, we're driving along in these MRAPs, right? And when my first sign that we're lost in the middle of Iraq. Great. And, my first sign is we get lost, and the Army, in the MRAP that I'm in, there is a driver, there's a navigator guy, there's a kid sticking out of the blowhole, right, with a barit, and then there's a kid next to me with a giant rifle, right? And I hear over the headphones the sergeant yelling at the navigator guy. He's like, we're lost, Munoz. We're lost. Where the hell are we? What the hell? And Munoz goes, this is where MapQuest sent us. This is it. Because you know what's hilarious? War zones. War zones are hilarious. And everybody's hilarious in them. And we're lost. And we're driving along. I don't know if you've ever worked in a restaurant. If you've ever worked in a restaurant and someone throws up in the bathroom, the manager will come out and everyone will freeze. And then he will pick someone. And everyone else will go, all right. Didn't pick me. And then the person that he picked will go, fuck! And they'll grab a broom and they'll go mop up the bathroom. So we are driving, this is when I knew it was a job. We're driving in the middle of Iraq. And the sergeant gets on, he's like, so we're going to need someone to get out of this truck and direct us over this dirt bridge or we're going to tip over and fall down and die or whatever. And everybody freezes. I can hear it on my headphones. The frozen. And then the sergeant goes, Munoz, you got to get out. And he's the only one. He's the only one who can really do it. But there's a pause and he goes, fuck! And he grabs his rifle and he goes, that's where the bad guys are. And he actually said, that's where the bad guys are. And then he grabbed his rifle and he got out of the truck and he directed us. He'd do it 3 times. And I was like, oh, it's a job. And it completely reminded me of my last day job, which was at Kinko's. And this is what Iraq is like. It's almost exactly like Kinko's. The next time you go to a Kinko's, that's what Iraq is like. It's quiet. It's tense. And everyone is standing around thinking to themselves, am I gonna kill someone? Or is someone gonna kill me? Because it could happen from either side at a Kinko's, is what I'm saying. I don't know if you've tried to get a copy recently. It's not a positive experience. And we're driving all day long to all these forward operating bases and whatever JSS stands for. And so we're driving and we're driving and we're driving. And so everyone in Los Angeles said to me, don't worry, this is going to be great, Jack. You're going to be surrounded by hot 19-year-old guys. Have you ever been surrounded by 19-year-old guys? It's a lot like being buried underneath a litter of golden retriever puppies. It is adorable, but exhausting. This is not a cougar. This is not a MILF. This is lady who makes a hell of a pot roast. If you miss your mom, I'll hug you. How about that? What am I gonna do? Lure them into the Jeep with a bag of Snickers bars and finish raising them? So we're driving and we're driving and we're driving. We get to the last base of the first day, and it's dark out. And I get out of the truck, and this young guy comes up to me, Corporal, and he goes, ma'am, would you like to see where you're billeting? And I was like, is that sleeping? I would love that. That would be great. And so he takes me to the nearest tent, and all that is in this tent are sandbags and those weird wooden horses that you stack things on. And he goes, ma'am, will this be all right? And I was like, yeah? Yeah? Do you have like a blanket or something? And he goes, ma'am, I'm kidding. And I was like, oh, you little shit. You're hilarious. Because here's the thing. When you go to perform for the troops, you don't even have to be funny. You have to be someone else. They're like, thank God you've come. I have been talking to this guy for like 14 months. Any story that is not about his wife is a win. And the next time I go, I'm supposed to go, and we're supposed to go to Afghanistan, but genuinely, the week before we're supposed to go, they kill bin Laden. And I was like, oh, okay. And they say, well, you're not going to Afghanistan. There's no comedy in Afghanistan happening right now. It's not safe, not good. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough, all right. And they're like, you're still going to go, but we're not going to tell you where. I was like, what if I'm scared now? What if I don't want to go? And they're like, no, you're still going. And I was like, did I enlist at some point? What's happening? And this one was run by this guy. There's one guy and 3 women in this show. One guy, 3 women. And, because that's what he likes to do. He likes to bring 3 ladies as he travels around. That's his M.O. And, that's fine, and you want to bring a guy with you if you go to the Middle East. You want a swinging dick in front of you and a clear brush. And, so I'm all for it. And, but get this, he gets hurt day 2 and has to get shipped home, so there's just the 3 of us women left. Yeah. We go to Africa. Did you know we had troops in Africa? I didn't. And, yeah, we go to Djibouti. You may insert your own joke. Oh, yeah? Have you been? It's, yeah. So we do one show, and this young Marine comes up to me after the first show, and he goes, ma'am, are you guys coming to Kenya? You guys coming to Kenya? And I was like, to my knowledge, we are not going to Kenya. I don't know where we're going, but I don't think it's Kenya. And he goes, well, we're not really there anyway. Hey, WikiLeaks, you might want to zip it. I'm a comedian with a Twitter feed. But day 2, they take us around the base, and they take us to the canine unit, and they're like, hey, do you want to put the bite suit on and get taken down by the dogs? And I was like, yeah, I love dogs. Let's do this. And so I go first. And there's a video on my YouTube page if you want to watch me. Feel free to fast forward to minute 3.5 unless you want to watch me sweat put on a bite suit. Because I do not know how to edit video. Okay. Because there's just 6 seconds that are funny. But I put on 40 pounds of bite suit. And now I can't outrun a dog even without 40 pounds of bite suit. I know that. And they bring out like a 25, 30-pound Belgian Shepherd. Very sweet dog. Very nice dog. Before and after. And The guy goes, you run, she'll run out, she'll bring you down, it'll be scary and funny, it'll be awesome. And I was like, okay, pad. And the dog brings me down, and it's scary and funny and super fun. And then the guy goes next. The guy who's in charge goes next. And he is almost 6 feet tall, very handsome, very fit black man. And they bring out a 75, 80-pound German Shepherd. And he looks at that dog and he goes, that is a Birmingham civil rights dog. I do not want to run in front of that fucking dog. And it's funny, so they think he's kidding. He is not. He is genuinely nervous. So he tries to outrun the dog, and he can't, because no one's outrunning the dog. That's why they have dogs. And but he almost makes it, but he ends up breaking his kneecap. Oh, yeah, no video available. Yeah. And by the way, the guy was a hero because he took it so well. And by the way, the Army, they send you home coach. Yeah, coach, bulkhead. His like Anyway, so he took it well, but he was like, do you guys want to keep going around the Middle East and doing stand-up comedy? You three ladies, you want to keep doing that? And we're like, yeah, it'll be fine, right? Indiana. It'll be just like Indiana. And we don't have a headscarf between the three of us, but let's do this. And so there's me, Bossy Magoo, right, with the bit-it-it. And then I got Sexy Magoo over here wearing culottes and a tube top. And then I got Chatty Magoo, who keeps going up to everybody with a rifle, asking them if she could borrow their cell phone so she can get on Wi-Fi. And I was like, okay, let's try to keep it together. Then we go to Oman and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia, I'm sure it's fine if you are a bearded white man. But it's... And I know that whenever you go to any country, there's always invasive customs. We have them ourselves. But in Saudi Arabia, they're the weirdest... The question was, what religion are you? And then there was a tiny box. And hoping, no doubt, that you will be tricked into writing the word Jew. And so they can take you away, because they're jackasses. Anyway. But the thing is, you can't ask an American what religion are you and then put a tiny box, because we're all like, well, I was raised whatever, and then I read The Secret, and I saw an Oprah, and I bought a dream catcher. I don't know. I like Cocapelli. I wrote none, which was short for of your business. And because it wasn't a war zone, they kept taking us out to the city and stuff, and it was great. It was really fun. But in Saudi Arabia, they said, do you want to go downtown for lunch, downtown Riyadh? And I was like, yes, let's do this. So as a woman, you got to wear the outfit. You know, you got to wear the abaya and the headscarf. I looked good. I brought it. I looked a lot like my grandmother and Obi-Wan Kenobi mixed together. These are not the droids you're looking for. And but we go, and we're driving to downtown Riyadh, me and the other comics, and the driver guy, and he goes, hey, they got a new Applebee's in downtown Riyadh. Want to go to the Applebee's? No. I don't ever want to go to an Applebee's. I am not a deer in search of a salt lick. I don't ever want to go to an Applebee's. And then he kept taking us to these markets and bazaars to buy crap, and Chinese crap made in China, just like everywhere else. And but there in Africa, you can buy right there at the bazaar in Africa. And they kept saying, you gotta haggle. And I was like, I don't want. I come from haggling people. Can I please not haggle? And they're like, you better haggle. If you don't haggle, they won't respect you. I am not staying. You don't have to respect me. And a package of coasters that have Africa printed on them, made in China, that's $10. That's $10. That feels fair. That's if I got a package of coasters at Walmart with Indiana printed on them, they'd be $10. So I was like, that seems fair. So we're in Kuwait, we're at one of these bazaars, and I'm buying soccer jerseys for my husband, a man. And he likes soccer, so I was getting him different countries, and I got 3 soccer jerseys, larges, all different sizes. And the guy goes, that'll be $45. And I said, okay, well, we got a choice now. I can either give you $45 or we can haggle. And he looks at me and he goes, $35? Why are we sending troops? Why? We've already won. They'll be dead of hypertension in 15 years. I don't know if you guys see a lot of stand-up comedy, but if you see a lot of stand-up comedy, you know that most comics, it's just a parade of Asperger's victims. fighting a wind of autism, and I'm no different. I'm the youngest of 6. I got 4 older brothers and an older sister. Grew up outside of Milwaukee and in Wisconsin. And before the age of 7, in my family, there was a lot of hitting. Our parents hit us. We hit each other. It was the 70s. It was the golden age of hitting. And I didn't. But when I turned 7, there was a decision made: no more hitting. We're not going to hit you. You can't hit each other. It sounds great. They didn't tell us what to do with what was now our bottled rage. Yeah, my brothers, much older, turned to drugs, alcohol, and the ladies. I was 7. These were not available. My sister, 9, just turned to the ladies. Huh? Come on. And, I crawled into a book. That's what I did. Did some reading, did some rereading, then I did a little reading. And that's all I did. 13, by the time I was 13, that's all I did was walk and read and walk and read. And I don't know what your 8th grade situation was like, but when I was in 8th grade, girls would fight. Before and after, boys would get into fights, and it was fine. But for 7th and 8th grade, girls would beat the shit out of each other. And boys were like, yay, it's not us, let's go watch. And I didn't get into fights because I had been told there was no hitting, and I was reading. So one day, in 8th grade, a smaller girl came up to me, and she said, hey, the Burnout girls are going to beat me up after school. Will you come and stand next to me while it happens? And I was like, why would that be something? And she goes, you don't have to fight. It would just be for moral support because they have a gang. And I was like, well, that's probably what a friend in my book would do. Let's do it. So we go after school, and I'm standing next to her, and I'm reading, and I'm waiting for the fight to begin, and I'm reading, and I'm waiting for the fight to begin. And the fight never begins. And you know why the fight never begins? Because spooky reading girl is there, creeping everyone out. Yeah, until finally the Burnouts are like, we're going to beat you up. We've had enough of this shit. And they start pushing me around. It's like, there's no hitting. What's happening? What's happening? I'm reading. And one of the boys, who was just watching, accidentally pushes me and rips my sweater. Now, I have one sister. We had 3 sweaters for both of us for all of junior high. Yeah, and so I lost my shit. And I jumped on top of this kid, and I started choking him and slamming his head against the ground. And they're pulling on me, and they're like, you're killing him, you're killing him. And I said, yes, I am. I'm going to kill him. And then I said, and I will kill him unless you people ignore me for the rest of your lives. Totally said that, and it totally worked. All of junior high, all of senior high, the following 15 years. Until Facebook was invented. Because I do Facebook like a lot of people do Facebook. You want to be my friend? Fine. Confirm, confirm, confirm. And then I figure out who the hell you are. So, a couple of years ago, on my wall, people started posting, remember when you were weird and read all the time? Remember all that weird reading you used to do? Remember there's no statute of limitations on forever. Remember that? Unfriend, block. Because here's the thing, I read almost anything. Fiction, nonfiction, literature, crap. I read all kinds of stuff. The only thing I don't read, horror. I do not read horror. Why? Because it is scary. Yeah, congratulations, people who write horror. You've already won. And, but in junior high, I used to read a lot of romance novels, and I'm willing to tell you guys, I still read an occasional romance novel. It still happens. All right. A lot of silence. Here's the thing. People get on stage all over the world and they talk about their love of drugs and porn, and audiences are like, interesting, fascinating. I get up, I admit that I occasionally read some poorly written prose, and there is judgment. I am not sustaining the romance industry by myself up here, you guys. And it's no different than your creepy porn addiction. I don't watch porn. I've tried to watch porn, but I was clearly born 107 years old. Because every time I've tried to watch porn, I end up yelling at the television, you should call your mom. Just call her. She would love to hear from you. It's very hard to get off on that. I love how I was telling a friend of mine that, and he said, the last time you tried to watch porn was on a television? I've tried to watch 3 porns, and I've never been able to finish any of them, and my husband said, Jackie, no one's ever finished a porn. Oh, that resonates. But I'm told if you watch a lot of porns that sometimes they're so bad they pull you out of the movie, like the acting or the writing. There's trouble, right? This is true too when you read your softcore porny novels. Sometimes they are so poorly written that they pull you off the page. They pull you out of the book to the point where you're like, is that even a sentence? What? What? A lot. Always going to be 2 words, a lot. Maddening. And I'm told if you watch a lot of porn that you can't unsee things. You've seen something, and you're like, oh, God. And you can't unsee it. That is true, too, when you read your softcore porny novels. 25 years ago, in a Second Chance at Love Harlequin romance, I read the following 3 sentences that were burned into my brain. Welcome home, she gasped as he entered her. I recommend you use that, by the way. It always makes my husband laugh. Their sleeping bag became like a rocket ship, and they came in synchronous apocalypse. It's a hell of a ride, my friends. From my brain to yours. Anyway, but I still read. I still read all the time, and I ran out of books a couple of years ago. Pre-Kindle. I gotta have a book, you guys. I gotta stop the voices. And I'm in New York, and I run out of books, and my friend says you can either borrow the Twilight series or the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series. And I genuinely think to myself, well, maybe Twilight Sparkle vampires are scary. So I choose the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series, which is a terrifying nightmare. A terrifying nightmare of a book that should have been called The Girl Who Was Sexually Tortured in the Swedish foster care program. Because then I wouldn't have read it. But you start reading it, and then it's pretty well written, and then all of a sudden it's 5 in the morning, and you're like, she better live, she better live! And then you've read all 3 in a week, and then you're mad at every guy in the world for like a month until you realize who to be mad at, which is A, Stieg Larsson, B, all of Law & Order, SVU, all of it, all of it, all of it, most of Court TV, and Cuckoo Bird Nancy Grace. Because correct me if I'm wrong, they're trying to terrify me. Let me tell you something. If I am killed because I have trusted someone, I think I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. If my last thought is, oh, shit, I'm okay with that. I wouldn't mind my last thought being that of surprise. Oops. Because I am supposed to believe, according to the television and the medias, that 98% of the men on this planet, and I'm not exaggerating, want to rape things and diddle small children. And here's what I'm willing to say, based on the same information Nancy Grace has, which is none. No, they don't. No, they don't. 2%. Willing to go 2% of the planet. The people on the planet are broken. Men, women, all of it. And that means, yes, you should live a little defensively. 2% of 3.5 billion men? Yeah, live a little defensively. Somewhere between Nancy Grace's dream, where each of us have our own spider hole and a shotgun. Or Allen Ginsberg's beautiful 1955 poem, Howl. That is also not real. Those are not the best minds of my generation. Starving, naked, hysterical, running through the Negro streets at dawn with money taped to their ass, screaming, what's gonna happen? Those are non-realities, those two. This is reality, right here. When I was 12 years old, when this sweet, sweet package was just starting to come together. I was allowed to take 3 buses for 2 hours to downtown Milwaukee to the public library by myself. I've always thought of it as freedom. My sister has always referred to it as parental neglect. But I'm on the second bus, the long bus, like when Frodo's going up Kirithungel, right? The long staircase. Now, I'm on that bus. There's a bus driver, there's an old lady, there's myself at age 12, and there's one other person on this bus. There's a guy that I call Blue Collar Batman. Blue Collar Batman has a mullet. Now, here's what we all know about a man with a mullet. Instinctively know that that man has anger issues. Okay, now, what we've never admitted about a man with a mullet is that he's working on his anger issue. That's what the haircut says. The front of the haircut says, I will go to work every day. The back of the haircut says, I don't want to. The front of the haircut says, I will help you raise these babies. But the back of the haircut says, I want to be in a band. So he's working on it. Whatever. We pull over. We pick up another man. This man is drunk. Have you ever been so drunk you're soaking wet? I have. And he was. And we know this because he sat on top of me and started playing grab ass, and it was gross. Now, bus pulls over super fast. Blue-collar Batman, bus driver, run down the aisle, fast. Pick him up, they throw him off the bus driver kicks him. Blue-collar Batman crouches in front of me, doesn't touch me, just crouches. And he says, come sit by the old lady, come sit by the old lady. And I sit by the old lady, and she pats my hand and says, you'll figure it out. Worst advice ever. And then blue-collar Batman proceeds to tell a story that he has clearly told many times before, which is, you gotta protect women. You just have to. That's what I told the judge when I almost beat that guy to death with a pool cue. Well, we're all uncomfortable now, sir. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate that guy's good works, quite honestly. Because think about it, that guy's not a rapist. That guy's not a child molester. Granted, he is a man that is looking for someone he might be allowed to beat the shit out of. That everyone will be pleased about. But he's working on it. Okay, so that's Exhibit A. Exhibit B. How many women in this room have made, shall we call them, interesting life choices? Where he followed a dude down an alley with the promise of weed and adventure. I have 6 of those stories. And they all end the same way, which is, and then I wasn't killed. But the best example is my dad, Elliot Cation, aging horn dog. My father's 75 years old, very handsome, very dapper, salesman, loves the sale, loves the pitch. Now that things have changed, you know, he's been working the senior discount since he turned 40. He has been asking for and occasionally receiving the senior discount since he turned 40. Now that he's 75 years old, the game has changed. The pitch has changed. Now he has to convince everybody, no way are you 75, you gotta be 50. So it's all about the pitch to him. It's all about the sale. So last summer I was home, and I said, Dad, do you want to go out for coffee before I leave town tomorrow? And he says, yes, let us meet at a very nice McDonald's on 76th and Blue Mound Road. And I said, a McDonald's, Dad, I have $6. Let's go to a diner and sit down like Christians and have them bring us coffee. Over and over again, like people. And he goes, no, we got to go to this McDonald's because they card me there for the senior discount. So we show up. My father, always well put together, well dressed. For some reason, this morning he is wearing what can only be called Wisconsin chic. He's wearing a denim dress shirt that he has cut the sleeves off of. He's wearing a pair of jean shorts that he made himself. Too high, Daisy Dukes. Daisy Dukes. I can see the pockets. They match. And I'm like, where? Where have you been in this outfit? What's happening here, Dad? And he goes, what? I was fishing. And I said, for men? Because that is a gay rave outfit, my friend. And you are going to get some hits. And I tell a million stories about my dad. That is the only joke that he's ever been like, I don't even own that outfit. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't have any unfinished clothes. And I was like, all right, Dad, well, why don't you get me a picture of the outfit that you think I saw, and I'll put it on the album cover. I'll do it. And he goes, you're not getting a picture of me with that outfit on. Uh-huh. Do you know what that means? That outfit exists. Okay. Or some variation. Why would I make that up? Okay, but here's the scoop. This is how he hits on women. This is how he likes to hit on women. My dad likes to go to the grocery store. He likes to get a frozen dinner. He likes to go up to a woman in her late 20s, early 30s, because that's his cutoff. And he likes to say, is this enough food for a single man? That's it. That is the entire pickup line, my friends. Is this enough food for a single man? And I'm like, that's the worst line ever, Dad. He goes, yeah, sometimes it works. And that's my point. That is my point about 98% of the men on this planet. Gay, straight, I don't care who you're trying to get laid with. All it is a cold call, gentlemen. I know that. This is available. If you were to want in on this, this would be available. My impression of 98% of the men on this planet trying to get laid is, did you want to have sex? No, that's all right. Did you want to have sex? No, that's okay. Did you want to have sex? You sure? And it goes like that forever. Until someone says, yes, I will have sex with you. And then you tap that mana. You just tap it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dorks. Well played. All right. Yeah, yeah. It's a little Magic the Gathering joke right there. It's good times. Who doesn't love a little green mana? Guy in the hat does. Bearded Youth Movement dude likes it. All right. Who doesn't love a bearded youth movement? Everybody's in. It's all good. Do you know why there is a bearded youth movement? Why would I tell you this joke? Why not? Because it's late and we're all tired. Let's do it. There's a bearded youth movement because not a woman under the age of 30 in this room has any pubic hair. And my theory is that all the guys are like, I'm bringing it. I'm going to bring some hair down there. You're making me uncomfortable. Too much? Possibly? Possibly? All right. I'm not saying that I wasn't told to shave parts of me that didn't need shaving. Yes, we all have that. It's all going on. Eventually, we will just be hairless people squeaking against each other. I do not judge. Do whatever you need to do. Whatever you and your God. Knock yourselves out. Okay, so I'm just saying I like young men for bringing it, for bringing the hairs. All right, I've dug myself into a hole. Let's get out of it. I am married. That's right. I am a beacon of hope. Most comics die alone, weeping softly into a cracked mirror. So, yeah. So it's a beautiful thing to be married in my late stage in life, because I never dated, not ever. Do you know why? Because I was reading. And then I was doing stand-up comedy. And when you read and you do stand-up comedy, you don't date. You just work on other things. And so eventually I did online dating, which I love. And because it's a clarity of intent, it's the best thing ever. It's a flip and drop-down menu option. And yeah, I'm a woman looking for a man to date. Tappity-tap, tappity-tap. You exchange emails. You dash off to a Starbucks. You look at each other for the first time. And then one of you goes, no. I gotta go. And you do it again and again and again until you meet someone who isn't horrified by your initial appearance. It's really just that romantic. And my husband makes video games for a living. And I was like, how did you get that job? And he goes, it's perfectly obvious how I got that job. I fought my way through several levels. Then I killed the boss. And he wanted to wear a crown to our wedding. Yeah, that was the response. A lot of silence. One of my friends said, and you're going to let him? And that's when I knew I hadn't done a lot of dating, because I didn't know that I could not let him do things. But I didn't care. He could wear his underpants and carry a pork chop, because he's awesome. And, but we were like 3 months into dating, and it was pulled out of him one day. He goes, it's kind of great that you've never had a boyfriend, because you don't have any expectations of me. I was like, I have expectations of you. And he goes, yeah, what are your expectations of me? And I said, I expect you to be nice. I expect you to be polite. I expect that if we ever live together, you'll keep the common areas clean, and you'll do your half of the chores. And he goes, yeah, those are roommate expectations. Those are not boyfriend expectations. And I said, well, what are boyfriend expectations? And he goes, you don't need to know. He is correct. It is not broken. The only thing I don't know what I'm doing, though. Every day I wake up. We got married. I was 39 years old. And everybody was like, are you guys going to have kids? You guys going to have kids? And I'm like, first of all, who raised you? You're not supposed to ask. You know when you'll know if there's a child standing next to me. That's when you'll know. You ask a 39-year-old woman if she's going to have kids. First of all, I have like 4 eggs left, and he keeps his cell phone in his front pocket, so we don't know. We don't know. But I'll tell you something. If you ask, you know, you're going to have 2 conversations you don't want to have. One is, boo-hoo, I'm barren, and that goes on for a half an hour. Or, yes, I am going to have kids, and here are the medical experiments that I'm going through so that we can have a litter. So why don't you just wait, and then you'll know if they have kids. Go ahead, wait 9 months. And, it's great being married to an adult male. It's kind of I've only been hanging out with comics, no offense, gentlemen in the back. Because here's the thing, everything I know about being in a relationship, I know from my parents. Mixed reviews on that. And guys talking about their wives for the last 25 years. Now, here's the thing. There are 3 main jokes that guys will tell about their wives. Sometimes they're funny, sometimes they are not. But do not kid yourself. They are the same 3 jokes. Yeah, joke number 1. Once you get married, women stop having sex with you, man. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Joke number 2. Once you get married, women spend all your money, man. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Joke number 3. Bitches, man. Am I right? Bitches. So I have spent the last several years of my life making sure, A, everyone happy in the sack, everyone getting enough. 2, try to leave his money alone as much as I possibly can, but he has a real job, and that's actually very hard. And 3, if I have a negative emotion, I like to stuff it, because that's never going to backfire. Okay. But the weird thing is that there were these 2 jokes that the guys would tell that I never thought were real, but are totally real. And they're the driving joke and the listening joke. Because I had never had a boyfriend, I had never driven in a car with a loved one. So if I were in a car with a friend of mine and they were to say to me, "Hey, you're driving too fast. Hey, you're driving too slow. Why are you so close? Why are you so far? Why are you going that way? Why wouldn't you go that way?" I promise you that I'd be like, shut up, get out. Why aren't you driving? What the hell? But for some reason, when it's a loved one, you're like, interesting, I'll look into that. It's the weirdest. And I'd heard the joke so many times, I never thought I'd be the one to be all bossy and good with the guy. But before we got married, we were living together, shacking up, doing the devil's work, right? So we're driving to where we both live, first week together, and I start giving him directions how to get there to where we both live. And he goes, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, that's right, your brain's attached to the rest of you. I'm very sorry." And I was reminded in that moment that there are 2 jobs in a car, and that's it, really. There's this job, the driving job, and then there's this job, the sitting job. A real job, the sitting job. The entire purpose of this person, the sitting person, is to support this person, the driving person. Everyone outside of the vehicle is wrong. Assholes, morons. This person's a hero, because they're going to get you home safe. Took me a second to be reminded of that. And then I was reminded, the other joke is the listening joke. You're in a relationship, undetermined amount of time, and eventually you stop hearing everything that's being said to you, and you just sort of guess an answer. Things wash over, and you go, yeah. And we're in the car together, and he's talking at me, and I go, yeah, I'll do whatever you want. And he goes, "Really?" And I said, "What just happened? What did I just say yes to?" Turns out we were discussing something sexual, and he said, "So you would wear a costume in bed?" And I was like, "What kind of costume would you want me to wear in bed?" And he goes, "A shark?" I promise you, he said shark. Now, here's where we have to cut him some slack, because he did not know that I would say yes. So he had to come up with something in the moment that was not terrifying. So he said shark, because clearly a woman could not wear a shark costume and have sex, because you can't back that ass up. Sharks can't go backwards. I don't know if you're familiar with the movement of sharks, but if you're going to role play an animal, know its physical limitations. Like, if you want to be an elephant, you have to be on top, because they can't look up. Sure. But he makes video games for a living, so if he wanted to play a game or something in the sack, I'd be like, "Okay, yeah, do I get dice or a hat? What do I do? I'm in. Dungeons and Dragons, Chutes and Ladders, let's do this." But I don't, the weirdest thing about being in a relationship with one person, being married, is that you have sex with the same person a lot. And I've never had, here's too much info for you, I've never had this much sex with the same person. And so sometimes we'll be doing it, right? And it's all good, but if you're doing it, and you're doing it, and you're doing it, and then sometimes he'll remind you of a bad sexual experience. Not every sexual experience has been a positive sexual experience. I used to ride the bus a lot. So, yeah. Yeah, nobody's policing the bus. You should know that. There's occasionally a driver who turns around to yell, "Knock it off!" And that is all that is happening to stop any horrible things that are going on in the bus. So, one time, my husband and I were doing it, right? We're doing it. And he pokes me in a way to which I am reminded of a horrible thing. And then all of a sudden, he is having sex with someone who is crying. Now, not always funny, not always fun. But here's the thing. You got a couple of choices as a woman crying during the sexual act. One, you can lie there stoically while silent tears course down your face and he ruts like it's a Dickens novel. Or Or you can talk to someone. You can talk to him. You can talk to him because he wants you to have a good time. Allow me to make a sweeping statement and say most people want everyone to have a good time when they're having sex. Even one-night stands would be like, well, I'm leaving, but that was fun, right? That was a good time. And, so how much more the guy who loves me and married me and wants to hang out with me forever, right? So I decided to talk to him, and I go, boo-hoo, sad thing. You reminded me of a sad thing. I'm going to need a minute to regroup. And he goes, yeah, of course. Or, what's happening? And I said, we could take back the night. We could LARP it out. He is a game designer. He wishes to live-action role-play this thing. We can reframe it. We can take back the night. And I was like, what would we do? And it's like, we'll set up a couple of chairs in the kitchen. We'll pretend we're on the bus. And I was like, what? Because here's the thing. When a horrible thing happens, your body doesn't care that it was a horrible thing that happened. It just was like, oh, sex. You're supposed to like that. And so your body gets turned on, and you're like, I don't want to be reminded of the horrible thing every time I'm reminded of the horrible thing, and then have my body react in a way that makes it feel sexy. He's like, but we'll go through the horrible thing, but we'll do it together. We'll look at each other, and we'll cry, and we'll laugh. And then at the end of it, you'll be fucking me, and you love me. And it worked! It totally worked! I was like, what? What else can he fix, right? That was the next question, right? I've never been able to finish the Iliad, right? He's told me he cannot help me with the Iliad. I'm on my own. He recommends I skip the poems. It's just one big poem, you guys. I'll be over here. Okay, I'll leave you on this, which is, I live in Los Angeles. We create jobs. We create jobs like crazy. We create Pilates isn't real, you guys. We made that up. We made it up. And it takes 5 years for those jobs to make it to Wisconsin and Minnesota. Last year, I met my first Wisconsin life coach, a woman who clearly wants you to live your dreams to whatever degree of success, and would like you to pay her $85. That's one of her dreams. Is that you give her $85. And but there's ones you haven't seen yet. Pink Dot, TaskRabbit. Pink Dot and TaskRabbit.com. They'll deliver anything you want, day or night. They'll do your errands for you. I need a box of Pop-Tarts and a crescent wrench. 2 in the morning. They will send a man to Walmart. That guy will come over to your house. You'll give him $70. He'll continue to do blow or whatever creepy thing you're doing. And I was trying to think, what wouldn't Pink Dot deliver? Like if I called him up at 3 in the morning and I said, I need 1 bullet. Ooh, and a DiGiorno. A DiGiorno. I like the idea of it being delivered. But that's what people do in Los Angeles. They make up jobs. That's what they do. I'm going to make up a job whenever I stop doing stand-up. Never going to happen. But I might just make up a job, and it's going to be a series of sleep apnea clinics for dogs. Does your dog have sleep apnea? I will monitor your dog overnight. For $1,000, I'll watch your dog sleep. Is your dog getting the good doggy REM? Is it happening for him? 20 minutes? 20 minutes at a crack. That's how a dog likes to sleep. Is it happening? And then if it doesn't happen, I'll make the plastic mask specifically for your dog to blow air in its face. And then your dog will chew that mask. And then I will sell you another mask. And I will make millions of dollars on masks. And I have a parallel industry called FamilyPetAncestry.com. Don't you want to know if your cat came over on the Mayflower? Don't you want to know? You want to know. Your dog could be a member of the DAR. The Dogs of the American Revolution. You guys are great. I love this club. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Nice work. Coming out in the weather, in the holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. If you are an atheist, I hope you got your laundry done. I love that joke. I tell it every year. Every year. Every year with that joke. Never gets old. I'm like somebody's dad with that fucking joke. I'm my notes up here because I'm taping a new album, you guys. Very glamorous. I always tape here at Acme because Acme is the best. And it's a wonderful place. You've chosen wisely. If you've never been, this is the greatest. If you don't like me, come back next week. Turns out there's another comic. But I will say this is... I had the best setup. I had like the greatest lineup of jokes, 45 minutes of gold, and then the world went to shit 6 weeks ago. So then I had to write some new material. So mine is paralyzed. Here's the thing, because I don't do political material, but I do now, I guess, because I'm human. Because I'm alive in America. And I like things like the Declaration and the Constitution, which seem like there's a goddamn mess in front of us. Anyway, did anybody else call that we were going to be the bad guys in World War III? Did you know that? I did not know that. I did not call that. You know, I've tried that line a couple of times, and about 6 months ago, July 2016, I tried that line up in Canada to dead silence. We all laughed. Dead silence up in Canada. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Guy in the fourth row goes, "We knew." And I was like, "What?" He said, "How long have you known?" He goes, "Decades. We've known for decades. We've seen it coming." Oh, God. I don't know. It's, because I'm from Wisconsin, which is on fire right now. And, I love it. I love it. It's like the Shire for me. But, here's the thing about it. When I was a kid in Wisconsin, I'm from a little factory town outside of Milwaukee. A little factory town called South Milwaukee. It's a long story. It's not my fault. Let's not get into it. It's a factory town. It's its own town. Now, when I was a child, there were 6 Catholic churches. 6 very beautiful Catholic churches. Now there are 2 Catholic churches, and there are 4 buildings that have been deconsecrated. And about 6 months ago, one of those buildings got turned into a mosque. Ooh. And a school. Ooh. And so I called my dad. And my father, 79 years old, and by no stretch of the imagination is my father a liberal. By no stretch of the imagination. Or, by the way, a conservative. My father, very much a pragmatist. What my father said during the election was, "She's not hot, but she's overqualified." So, making friends, my dad, every time he opens his face. And, so I call him up and I was like, "How's everybody in South Milwaukee handling the new mosque, Dad? How are they taking it?" And he goes, "Most people are fine. Most people get it. Some people are idiots, of course. But most people, they know that it just means 30 years from now, the place is going to be crawling with lapsed Muslims. Who gives a shit?" He is, of course, correct. And I have talked to people from high school and I've tried to explain to them on Facebook, because that's where people want to be explained to. No, they don't. That we are talking about Wisconsin Muslims. Minnesotans, you get it. It's a Wisconsin Muslim. First of all, there are 9. Second of all, you're going to go to a picnic and there's going to be a weird Jell-O salad. That's going to be the whole story. That's it. You're going to have to say to some woman in a hat, "Hey, is there mint in this?" Yes, there is. And you're going to share a bass boat with a guy named Salim instead of Doug. It's America. Get used to it. We're all immigrants. I don't care if you're Native Americans. 11,000 years ago, you came over the Siberian Strait, and nobody came on purpose. Nobody came because things were going well. I don't know what your ancestors were like, but none of mine were sitting on a pile of Scrooge McDuck money in some whitey Magoo country thinking to themselves, "You know what? You know what I want to do? Start over." Like, sometimes I'm home, and my father in many ways is the smartest person I've ever met in my life. 85% of the time, he's the smartest guy in the world. 15% of the time, he is speaking from a little-known country called Banana Land. But aren't we all? Those aren't bad odds. And 85% of the time, his advice is amazing. 15% of the time, he has handed you a monkey's paw. And you are making a wish that could curse you for eternity. And, but you don't know. You're just going forward. And, I was reading a science fiction book. I read a lot, and I was reading a science fiction book not long ago, and he said, "What are you reading? What are you reading over there?" And I said, "Well, it's a book about a dystopian future, Dad." And he said, "Yeah? Have you looked around? We live in a dystopian present. Future's just gonna be like now. You're gonna be driving a 5-year-old car and looking for work. What the hell?" And, my father is a glass half full kind of guy, is what I'm saying. And when I was 8 years old, the first time my father was proud of me, I'm the youngest of 6. I have 4 older brothers and an older sister. And the first time my father was even proud of me, I was 8 years old. I came home from school, and there was no one there but him. I don't know why he was there. I don't know why he decided. My father is a lot like radiation. He affected our lives a lot, but we never saw him. But for some reason, he was there after school. And I'm not saying he didn't have his keys in his hand, but he decided to try some parenting. And he goes, "What are you, 8? What is that, 3rd grade?" And I said, yes, it is 3rd grade, Dad. And he said, what are you studying in school in 3rd grade? And I said, "Well, we're studying the end of the Mesopotamian Empire, the Phoenician and the Mesopotamian empires." And he goes, yeah, Empire's End. What's that tell you? And I said, "That Empire's End?" And he goes, yeah, but what's that tell you about America?" And I said, "That one day America's gonna end?" And he goes, yeah, sleep tight. First time he was proud of me, you guys. It's a little dark. So when the election happened, I, of course, terrified, like many people, scared, thinking about, registration acts and deporting millions of people and everybody's brown or has a limp or some fucking thing. And, trainfuls of people, always gathering people by religion and color. It's always worked out well for the world. And so I was terrified, and you know where I got my hope? I got my hope from my black friends, from my brown friends. I got all litany kind of friends, right? I got all the friends that are in line ahead of me. But I got, right? You got your lesbians with kids, and you got your handicapped, and you got your people who have kids that are disabled, and your Asian Muslims, and whoever the fuck. Anyway, so I got lots of those friends, but I got my hope from my black and my brown friends who I was talking to, because that's what they needed, was to reassure me. And I said, "Hey, I'm scared. And to a person, they said, yeah, it's scary. It's really scary right now. But we just got screwed again. You just get up and you keep going. That's what you do. You get in the way of crummy behavior if you see it, and you just keep going. And make sure you're happy. Nobody wants you to be happy, so make sure every day you try to be happy." And I was like, "Just get up?" And one of my friends said, "Jesus, is this the first time you've been disappointed?" Got a little defensive. I was like, no, Jesse Ventura. He was a scary, I'm gonna make a boatload of money guy off the government. No, maybe not the same as Nazis and Klansmen. So yes, but here's the real reason I'm mad, is because now I have to get up. I have to get up and get in the way of bad behavior, because 2% of the people on this planet are bad. Everybody else, I genuinely believe this. I believe that everybody's great, but 2% are broken, and 2% are out of their damn minds, and they're going to grab genitals and say horrible things and be mean to people, and now I, who want to be Captain America, have to stand in front of them and be a big white lady meat shield, and I don't want to be a white lady meat shield. I was hoping just to coast to the twilight of my life and fall over in a heap. That was it. That was going to be it. And now I have to get up. And I don't want to. I want to get a remote, pay someone, get Amazon to fucking do it. I don't know what I want. I'm a Prime member. Does no one care? But now, and I got friends, like I have gay friends and relatives who are like, their kids came home from school and they were scared. Are they going to take us away from you, mommies? And I'm like, first sign of that, fucking run, I said to him. No reason to be brave, get the fuck out. I was not raised to be the hero of anything, but I guess I will be. I was like, I don't have any kids. I can be a white lady meat shield. You can throw me in front of it. I would like a small statue, something tasteful. Possibly slimming. That would be nice. And you have to complain laterally, you guys. I'm sorry to obsess, but seriously, middle-aged white lady over here, can mostly just complain to white guys. That's it. Those are the only guys who are behind me in line. Everyone in front of me in line, they get to complain to me, and I have to be supportive. That's the rule. That is the rule. And I didn't make the rule. That's the fucking rule. If you are a white guy, you have to get in the way of bad behavior, and you have to clean out your attic so you can hide people. That's your job. That's your fucking job. I also didn't make that rule. That is traditionally the rule of decent white men throughout the centuries. So my grandmother, see, and the reason, and I mostly care about, like, the registering of religious people, because I am a Christian. Don't applaud. Nobody ever does. It's fine, because everyone who says they're a Christian usually says, I never tell anyone, because the next words out of somebody's mouth is always something horrifying. So I never do tell anyone. I just try to be, because I was raised in a very nice church where it was essentially be like the nice man in the picture and go get your dad some coffee. That was the whole plan. That was the whole religion in a nutshell. It was please pick up the dishes and try to be nice. So, I'm Armenian, which, here's the thing. In Wisconsin, I have to explain that it's not a Baltic swordfish. It's a country in the middle of nowhere. And the Armenian Christians were killed in a genocide in 1915. The Turks deny it. They've taught their children and their grandchildren it never happened. Here's what I have to say. If you're holding a genocide, by the way, don't take pictures. You're not smart. That's not smart. Too many photos. We see what you're doing. Okay, so, but here's what, my grandmother lived through it. They were marched through Syria. Everybody died. She didn't die. My grandmother talked about the genocide 3 times when I was a kid. And because I asked her about it. 2 times, funny stories, hilarious genocide stories. A lot of people don't know. People who live through a genocide, they're funny. My grandmother told me, she said that when the Turks came to take them out of their tiny village, first of all, there was bread in the oven. She was 60 years later, still worried about it. I think it burned. But the Turkish general in charge of their village let her family bring their family donkey so that my grandmother's grandmother could ride it. And my grandmother's grandmother was going to ride this donkey, but the village priest of the Armenian church stole the donkey so that he could ride the donkey. And my grandmother, at 16, picked up a 2x4 and beat the priest off of the donkey. Yeah. And she told me that story when I told her that I didn't want to go to church anymore. And she said, I go to church, you'll go to church. And so,
All right, I'm back.
I was 13 and I was doing genealogy, right? I made her cry. So I made her, because I was doing genealogy, I asked where all of her siblings were. And she was like, well, they all died. And then I pressed her. I was like, how did they die? And she's like, stop talking to me. And she cried and I made her cry and I felt very sad. And then since I was 13, I was just like, well, what was it like? What was it like, the genocide? And she said, well, for every 200 Armenians, there was 1 Turkish soldier who was in charge of that part of the line. And then she just stared at me, essentially daring me to ask. And I did. And I said, why didn't you guys just tackle them? There were so many more of you could have killed them and just tackled them. And she said, none of us wanted to be the first to die, so we all died. And the reason she told me that, because she wants me to be the first to die. I'm just gonna fucking tackle them, you guys. Nobody gets on the trains. Nobody. No. Anyway, so I saved the second funny story for last, because why not? Order of, I don't know how to do comedy. I do. The rule of three. Finish the fucking story. Here it is. So, she said as they were walked by these villages in Syria, the villagers would come out because they didn't have television, and they would ask the women in line what their names were, and if you told them, they would go to the soldier in charge of that part of the line and buy you, and then you had to go with that dude. And my grandmother said that whenever the guys would ask her name, she would throw rocks at them. And she told me that story when I told her I had a crush on a guy when I was 15, and it wasn't going well. And she said, yeah, we're not good with men, Jackie. So, and I'm not good with men. I'm a triumph, though, because online dating was invented, and I'm not good with men, but I'm excellent with computers. So, it's all worked out. I got a fella to cuddle with. And, not gay. Could have been. I know, it's a huge surprise. Anyway, so, I'll tell you this, all my gay friends, most of the people my age who were gay, at some point when they were like in their 20s, some banana head said to them, hey, I bet you're not gay. You should totally find someone the opposite sex and try and do it. And they would just get drunk and then go do it, and then wake up the next morning and go, yeah, no, that was not what I was looking for. And when I was in my 20s, gentlemen, you were not interested in this, or I could not tell. And one of my banana head friends said to me, hey, you're probably gay. And so I got drunk, and I went out into the world, and I found a lady, and we tried it. And then I woke up the next morning, and I was like, nope. That is not what I was looking for. I am going to need the pointy bit. So... this year, for the first time ever, I had, what did I have? Oh, I had surgery for the first time. I have never had surgery, because this has never broken down. This is old school peasant stock from all sides. This is literally like half Irish, half Armenian. It was genetically modified to pick up a rock on someone else's property and move it to wherever that person wanted it, and then replicate myself twice and then fall over in a heap. That has not happened. I've dropped the ball. And it was a basic outpatient surgery. A lot of ladies have it. I had a Pokemon up a uterus, and they had to send a ball up. And, because you gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Here's the good news. Here's the good news about the Pokemon. A non-rare Pokemon up in my uterus. And so we're happy about that. So we caught it, got rid of it, but I was terrified because I'm not brave. I've never had to be brave. And I wasn't. And then, so it made me start thinking about my body and my life and my mortality and all these things. And what you should know is that I have no idea what I look like. When I leave the hotel or my house, I have looked in the mirror, neck up, you guys. I brush my teeth, and then the front of my hair, and I head out. The clothes are clean, but that's it. If there's trouble, I get that from you. Society has always been my mirror, and it's always worked out. Hey, there's trouble, and then I fix it. And but because of that, what I think I look like and what you see are two very different things. And I live in Los Angeles now, so I know kind of what you see because I know what Los Angeles sees. I go on a rare and wonderful audition, for example, and to pick three things, not at random. Casting people in Hollywood clearly think this represents an airport cop, a PTA mom, or a German massage therapist for a Disney Channel show. And that is fine. I will play Beyonce's weird white ant, by the way. I'd love to. I just want work. That's all I want. And, but that's not what I think I look like. I know I'm not pointy. I've never been pointy. I've looked some version of this since I've been 16 years old. So, give or take 20 pounds. On a good year of trying to be pointier, I can weigh 20 pounds less than this, I think. I don't own a scale. So, and there's no mystery why I'm not pointy. I mean, I don't eat fast food. I don't even eat a lot of sugar. I eat all the food that's given to me. 3 times a day I get a plate full of food and I put it in my joke hole. That's the whole plan. There's no pointy people do not. They eat a third of the food and then they get a box and then they throw the box away. But I am from Wisconsin. It would be like lighting $6 on fire. And I say that, but I have tried to throw money at it. I've tried to throw money at it. Everyone wants to be pointy, and I've paid people into poking me into working out. This doesn't accelerate. And I've paid people to wrestling the food out of my face. I've done all the things that money can do. And then I was thinking about Oprah, you guys. Remember Oprah? She's back. Here's the thing about Oprah. No one has wanted to be pointier than Oprah. No one. And no one has more money to throw at it than frickin' Oprah. If you could be pointy by throwing money at it, Oprah would be the pointiest person on the planet. But think about Oprah for a second. This is what Oprah looks like. 30 years and $1 billion later, she looks like this, but she looks better than this because she has a team. A team. That's what I'm saving up for now. A team. Who wouldn't love a team? She's got a team to push her back into the house and say, comb the back of your hair. Why? Which cartoon shirt? What? And how great would we all look if we had a frickin' team to just pour us into a rock tumbler every morning? Because that's what she's got. We would not be pointy, but we would be shiny and very smooth. It would be lovely. See, what I think I look like is I think I look like La Femme Nikita. I feel like La Femme Nikita. That's right. Very sexy, very dangerous. Or an 11-year-old boy who is going to grow up to be La Femme Nikita, you guys. That's what I feel like inside. But you don't grow up knowing you're La Femme Nikita. I'm the youngest of 6. I have 4 older brothers and an older sister. And the first time my father ever acknowledged I was a girl, I was 15. 15. He comes into the kitchen. I'm doing my homework. And he goes, all right, we're going to have the talk. The bee goes from flower to flower. The flower does not go from bee to bee. Guess which one you are. That was it. That was the extent of the lecture series on how to be a lady. Wasn't great. Was not great. My dad, I love my dad. My dad is a salesman. He loves to sell. He's 79 years old. He is retired, unless you would like to buy something. Because he loves selling things. He loves the sale. He loves the story. He loves the pitch. He loves... At the end of it, you will get very nice windows and aluminum siding and doors and roof. But he will also make as big a profit as he possibly can. Because it's a fun game for him. Okay, so I've had several moms. They're all dead. I didn't kill them. So here's the thing. So my mom died when I was 7. Like I said, I didn't kill her. You're familiar with the Irish goodbye when your mom kills herself in a drunk driving accident when you're 7? We all familiar with that? Does that feel too soon? Does it feel too soon? Usually only works with predominantly Irish crowds. So she did the best she could, in my opinion. She's great. But here's the thing. My dad remarried almost immediately, because that's what you do if you have 6 kids under the age of 17. That's what you do. You get remarried. You're like, oh, help. And my stepmother, my parents have been separated. My dad and my mom had separated. And my dad was living with the woman to become my stepmother for 3 years. And my father had never told her that he was married. He told her he was married. He never told her he had 6 children. And my dad, when he did tell her, Nancy said, you never told me. And my dad is the kind of guy who's like, no, I told you. Like, people forget that somebody has 6 kids that they're dating. And then get this, my stepmother married him, which of course makes her the best example of not to follow with men, but she was amazing, and my grandmother always said that she saved our lives. Very possible. She was certainly a great loss to the Austrian army. There were charts and graphs and French corners on the beds, and there was a lot of chanting. There was some chanting. Wash, wipe, and put away. Live to eat another day. That was hers. That was hers. She never wanted kids. She used to tell us that when we were kids. Never wanted kids. She said, but we're doing this now. Now we're doing this. We're all doing this. You're going to be raised. You're going to have manners, and you're going to learn chores. And at the end of it all, we're going to love each other, and no one will know why. And so it came to pass, you guys. Yes. But a couple of years ago, she died, and that was super sad because she had raised me, and I was super sad about it because she was my mother. And but my dad and my stepmother had been divorced for several years when she passed away, and my father was not invited to the funeral because my father is hilarious at funerals. Nobody wants that. So, because nobody in my family knows how to deal with grief. I don't know if you remember the Irish goodbye joke. So, there's always, whenever anyone dies in my family, there's always somebody who goes, yeah, people die, walk it off, get a cup of coffee. I'm 7, put some sugar in it. So, there is, So Nancy dies, super sad, and I go home for the funeral. I take my dad to lunch because he's not coming to the funeral excuse me. And first thing my dad says is, you know, I'm going to die one day. And I was like, wow, nice work making it about you almost immediately, Pop. So I go to the funeral, and you know, if someone you love has died, the only person you want to talk to after the funeral is the dead person. And I wish I could have called my mom and just gone, oh my God, your brother asked me for money moments from your body. Your sister showed up in robes, giant cross, robes. That's when I left, because that's when you would have left. But my dad did almost die a couple of years ago. Hey, spoiler alert, he does not die. He is alive. Here's the thing. But he's 76 years old. He had to have the heart surgery that you get when you're a million years old and have been smoking for 40 years. And so they go in, they clean out his heart, they close him up. They've done it wrong. So they have to open him up again, and then they close him up, and they've left something inside of him. They have to open him up a third time, and he does not die any of those times. But he keeps thinking, oh, I'm a dead person. And my brother, who lives in Milwaukee, is like, he's being such a wuss about it. I was like, no. No, he gets this one. But my brother, who lives in Milwaukee, his wife is a doctor, and she is not a people doctor, and in many ways, not a people person. She likes me, so I like her back. But she's not much of a people. Anyway, so every time he'd go into the knife, she would send a mass text message to me and my 5 siblings. Hey, they don't think he's going to make it. And so I started calling her the Angel of Death. So he has the first surgery. I fly back to Milwaukee. I drive to the VA. On the way to the VA, I get a text message from him, from the Angel of Death, and it says he's going on for a second surgery. They don't think he's going to make it. So I get to the hospital, and I talk to the nurse, and I was like, what the heck? And she goes, yeah, you know, we could have waited. He knew you were coming from the airport. And I said, if he didn't wait? And she goes, no, we asked him. We said, do you want to wait? And he goes, nah, let's just do it. And I said, well, did he have any last words or anything? And she goes, yeah, he said, tell her to do whatever she wants. And I was like, those are the greatest last words ever. He should use those again. And I said, do you think he meant that in general or just today? And she goes, and she is also from Wisconsin and in the 21st century. So she said, well, if he lives, you should ask him. And I did ask him. It was after his surgery, and he was all junked up on morphine or whatever, and I was like, hey, Dad, you said do whatever I want. Did you mean that in general or just that day? And he said, oh, in general. You should always do whatever you want. And I said, I suppose if it doesn't hurt anybody. And he goes, no, even if it hurts people. And I was like, shh, it's an inside your head voice, Pop. And so I fly away, and I'm on a flight, and I land here in Minneapolis, check my phone, very exciting, and so I check my phone, and I've gotten another message from the Angel of Death, and it says, hey, he's going in for a third surgery, he's getting the last rites. And so I call my sister, not my sister-in-law, didn't want to talk to her that day, and so I called my sister, and I was like, is Dad gonna die? And she said, they don't know, I don't know, maybe. And I said, well, I could be there in 5 hours, I could rent a car and be there in 5 hours, and she goes, yeah, you'll miss it. He'll either live or die. He'd want you to work. And so I went to North Carolina and told jokes instead, and he did. He lived. At that same time, my brother, who lives in Milwaukee, got that text message. He was in a meeting with 2 lawyers for the Koch brothers, right? They're obviously working on an elixir made of the poor. And, but he's sitting there in this meeting, and he gets the same text message I got, and he's looking at it, and one of the lawyers says, is everything okay? And my brother goes, oh, my dad's getting the last rites. And the lawyer goes, oh, do you want to reschedule? And my brother goes, no, let's just do it. And the lawyer says, that's a little cold. Lawyer for the Koch brothers called my brother a little cold. But he lived. My dad lives. He goes home, and a month and a half after he gets back to his apartment, he falls down and breaks his leg. And now he's back in the hospital. And so I fly to Milwaukee, and I'm like, I can't take it, Dad. I can't take it. You're dying. You're not dying. You're dying. You're not dying. It's driving me. And he looks up from the hospital bed, and he goes, nice work making it about you almost immediately there. The jackass does not fall that far from the tree, my friends. And I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any friends as a kid. I had a lot of siblings, plenty of people to hang out with, but no friends. I had an imaginary friend for too long. Yeah, I met Steve when I was 7. He was 11. He had a motorbike. We had a lot of good times, you guys. Yeah. Here's how you know that you've had an imaginary friend for too long, is when he becomes your imaginary lover. Yes, I was 14. He was 18. It was about to become statutory. He knew better. He knew better. We had a last weekend in the Alps, and then he blew off. And, But here's how I found out about friendship. When I was 14, my sister, who was a year and a half older than I am, and it turns out is the boss of me, she made me go out for the basketball team. And not to play basketball, but to get friends. And I was doing laps like you do when you go out for a basketball team. And I was reading a book like I did when I did anything when I was 14, as I was an early adopter of some antisocial behavior. And the coach comes over and she goes, no running and reading, no reading and running. What the hell is going on? Please pick someone from the team to run with. And I said, boo-hoo, no one wants to run with me. I don't have any friends. And she looked at me like adults have always looked at children. When children have come to them and you've had to say, oh, childhood, can't fix it. You're screwed. And then, get this, she fixed it. The coach looks at me and she goes, you don't have any friends? And I said, no friends. And she goes, are you friendly? No. Oh my gosh, no. Did you miss the book? It was nonfiction. It's called The Bravest Teenage Yanks. It was about the Civil War. And she took time out of her very busy life to draw a line graph in the dirt of the track and explain friendship to me. She goes, all right, here we are at the beginning of the line graph. This is how you start getting friends. Start talking to people. Eye contact would be great, but any kind of mumbling will get you acquaintances. After a certain amount of time, you'll get to the middle of the graph. This is some of those people will have made it here. Those will be your friends. You will support them. They will support you. It's very beautiful. That's where it's happening. Here at the end of the line graph, this isn't friendship. This isn't happening. You're going through their garbage. You're reading their text messages. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Okay. To this day, that line graph is why I have friends. And I'll tell you something, it did not get me boyfriends. It got me male friends. Boyfriend graph, that's a different graph. That is a bar graph or a pie graph or a histogram. We don't know what that is. Because I did not have a boyfriend. I wasn't good at it. I didn't know how to do it. If I liked a guy, this is how I'd hit on guys. I'd stand next to them for years. It is not great. It is not good. It does not get you dates. And, but then, the worst invention, the best invention, the worst invention, the best invention, the worst invention, the best invention, online dating. And I got a fella, and he's good at it. He's a game designer. He makes video games for a living, and it's amazing. But I don't know anything about being in a relationship. He's my first relationship. We got married 10 years ago, and I was 100 when we got married. And so, but the thing is so I still don't, every day I wake up and I'm like, have I broken it? And he's like, no. And we go forth with that, because all I know about being in a relationship, I know from my cuckoo bird parents, mixed reviews there, not great. And male comics, off and on there too. So, because guys, I've been hearing jokes for 30 years and doing stand-up about being in a relationship. So that's how I know what not to do or what to do, is guys telling jokes about their wives and girlfriends, right? And so one of the jokes in the 90s was, women are always asking us what we're thinking about. We're not thinking about anything. Stop asking. I'll tell you if I'm thinking about something. Stop asking. So I never asked my boyfriend, who became a husband, what he was thinking about. Never did. Never did. Why? Because I was told not to. And then 3 years into our relationship, which means we had been married for a year and a half, we're in the car, and he turns to me and says, what are you thinking about? He asked me. And I said, comedy. What are you thinking about? And he said, games. And it was the last time we had that conversation. Because that is all he is thinking about. And that is all I am thinking about. Sometimes male comics are right. Anyway. But he's a game designer, so everything's a game to him. So, like, I don't know, you know when you go to, like, a holiday event or a work event or a family event that you do not want to go to, and you say to your partner, hey, this is not going to be fun. Will you please come with me? He is an adult man who has had short-term relationships and long-term relationships like a person, so he knows how to be in a relationship. And he would always say to me, he's always said, hey, this isn't going to be fun, but please come and I will use you as a pick and it will be more bearable. And I have always said, of course, I would love to be of some use to this relationship. Allow me to be part of the solution. But I never asked him to go because I always thought to myself, well, I don't even fucking want to go to this thing. Why would I bring the guy that I like the best to the thing I don't want to go to? Until about 2 months ago when I had a small, tiny meltdown, and I said to him in this tone of voice, please come with me to the thing I don't want to go to. And he looked at me and he goes, of course. Yeah, why didn't you just ask? And I said, I didn't want to be a burden. And he did something that I recommend you do if you're ever in a relationship with me. He laughed in my face. He didn't laugh at me, he just laughed. And he goes, I'm pretty sure that's what marriage is. We're a burden on each other. And then he said, because he's a game designer, he said, I got a game. Here's the game, maybe. Every time you think you're being a burden on me, give me $1. And every time I think I'm being a burden on you, I'll give you $1. And I promise you, we will never need another fucking dollar. We will trade that dollar back and forth for the next 40 years. And I said, well, you are adorable, but that game sounds boring. And he said, well, it's a prototype and we would have to play test it. Because everything's a game. Everything's got a game mechanic. Everything's got a game design. He literally, I get text messages from him from different places. A couple of years ago, got a text message from the grocery store. All it said was, the user interface here is broken. I don't know how long I'll be at the grocery store. So I called him up and I said, what's the user interface at the grocery store? And he says, the line. It should be one line, like at the bank, but it has many lines. So I don't know if I've chosen correctly. I don't know how long it's going to be. And I said, well, I'll be hanging up. But my favorite one was last year. He went to his first ever strip joint. I have been hanging out with dirtbags for 30 years and have been to many strip joints. He had never been to a strip joint before because every other bachelor party he had been to had been a board game bachelor party. Yeah, not crummy board games, good board games, right? Settlers, Ticket to Ride, Pandemic. Get out there. Treat yourself right. Treat yourself right. Here's my current favorite party game. It's called Bring Your Own Book. It's like apples to apples. It's quite nice. And now that unsolicited ad is over, I will continue. Now, so he goes to the strip. He's going to go. I get a text message and it says, hey, I'm in time for the bachelor party. We're going to a strip club. I'm going to go look at boobs. And so I texted him back, and I said, well, come home to mine later. Have a good time. And an hour after that, I get a text from him, and it says, what game is this? So I called him, and I said, it's not a game. It's noodly, ladies, being noodly. That's the whole game. And he said, oh, no, there's a game here. There's a lot of in-game purchasing going on. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. And then he said, I don't like it. I don't like it. And I said, well, delete the app. Get the fuck out. But he knows things, right? A couple of months ago, we were sitting around, and so we're sitting around, and he says, out of the blue in the living room, hey, you know, sometimes when you're in a relationship for a long time, the mystery can be lost from that relationship. And I just want you to know that I was just staring at you from across the room, and I was thinking to myself, what the fuck is she doing? So you guys, I still got it. I still got it. He gave me moccasins for Christmas last year, you guys. Moccasins. I've always wanted moccasins. But I'm the youngest of 6. When there are 6 children in your family, there aren't a lot of novelty shoes. So I'd never had moccasins before, but he got me moccasins. But he didn't just get me moccasins. He also got me a bow and arrow, a real bow and arrow with a quiver and moccasins and a knife. I got a Hunger Games kit for Christmas, and it was the greatest gift I've ever received. And with it, I received the gift of insight, you guys, the gift of insight. I did not know this. I did know it, but I didn't know that I knew. But I did know why banana heads want to openly carry their guns. We all know why. And it is because it is cool. Now, think about walking around with a gun on you, that's awesome. Think about Sneaky Pete. Think about conceal and carry. Sneaky Pete, your gun, right? Nobody even knows you have it. Think about a Derringer on your forearm. No, I don't have a gun. Wait a minute. Plus, I have at least 3 friends who collect swords. Swords! Full-on swords. Broadsword, katana, rapier. 3 people in my life who would love to openly carry their sword. Strap a sword on, head out into the world. And if you asked them, why are you wearing your sword, they would not say, because it is cool, even though that is why, and they are correct. They would say, I need it. I need it for protection. But even gun people know that's ridiculous, because a sword, of course, is a melee weapon. And you're never going to get a booth at a Denny's. So... But here's how I found out about it. I got my Hunger Games kit for Christmas. I put it on. Mox, knife, quiver, bow in hand. Monday morning, beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, heading out the front door. Los Angeles, California, into my Corolla. Bow in hand. And my husband says to me, where are you going? And I said, errands. And he said, please no. Then he explained it. He really did. He said, it's only cool for you. You're gonna make everyone uncomfortable at the grocery store. You don't need your bow and arrow at the grocery store. You're safe. Safe. Dangerous thing at a grocery store? GMO pancake mix. You're good. I was thinking about time travel the other day because of my moccasins, because I think people are very smart, and we will one day invent time travel. But I also think people are the dumbest, and that's how we're going to extinct ourselves. We're just going to line up like the lemmings that we are in front of time travel machines and say stuff like, I wonder what real pirates were like. Dead off. Dinosaurs? Dead. Oh my God, I want to kill Hitler? Dead. I want to stop slavery? Dead. I wonder what Pompeii was like 3 days before. Oh, shut up. Here's what I want to do with a time travel machine. I want to go back 1,000 years and see old growth forests in Wisconsin. That's what I would love to see, right? But even though I own moccasins, I don't know how to camp. Yeah, so what's going to happen is I'm going to go back in time and die of exposure. It's going to be very beautiful. I took my husband with me, took Andy with me to a gig outside of Los Angeles at an Indian casino. Things are going well. So we go to the Indian casino, and we're driving, and we park, and he says, you know the one thing that makes me sad about Indian casinos? And I said, the one thing? Wow, what could it be? What's the sad thing about Indian casinos? And he said, the fact that there's no Native American restaurants at the Indian casino. How great would that be, a Native American restaurant at the Indian casino? And all I could think was, wow, you know, as an affluent white couple, if we could just find a couple of Indians and go, could you guys do one more thing for us? Couple of hominy burgers, some fry bread to go. No, you're good? Okay, there's a reason, my fellow Americans, why there are no Native American restaurants at the Indian casino, and it's because we are a melting pot, a pot of meltingness. Everyone takes their ethnic food, we put it in the melting pot, brings us closer together. It's very beautiful. Then we do a very American thing where we pick up the melting pot and we put it in the frozen food aisle. Now, I don't know if you know any Native Americans. You should. You live in the largest Native American urban population in the country. I do. There you go. There's a couple right there, or not. But whatever, I do. Turns out they do not wish to melt. They're still angry. And I get it. I'm sympathetic, but not supportive, because no one is moving. So here's what I want them to do. I want them to take that rage and make a frozen food line, a boxed food line. That's what I want them to do, because once frozen, it's no longer ethnic food once frozen. It is American food once it is frozen. A frozen taquito has not seen a Mexican woman in 100 years. But every 6-year-old in the world knows what they are, and they love them. They love them. Brings us closer together. The frozen food aisle, already a trophy case to American imperialism. It's already happened. So here's what I want them to do. Take that rage, make it into a frozen food line, a boxed food line. All the profits could buy land. Who cares? They could call it Man of Feast Destiny. And every product could be just a rage-filled poke in the eye with a history lesson attached to it. Oh, is there some reason you don't want to buy Trail of Tears mix that make you upset? Pigs in a smallpox blanket make you sad for some reason? How about just a case of sitting Red Bull? I have a dozen of these. Sack of Wheaties.
The awesomeness.
But here's how I know that it works, right? A couple of years ago, I'm in Weirdo, Indiana, and talking to an old white guy, and in the course of that conversation, old white guy says to me, hey, have you ever had this pad thai? Have you ever had this Thai food pad thai? And I said, yeah, I have. Have you ever had pad thai? And he goes, yeah, I had a lean cuisine pad thai. It was nice. It was like spaghetti, but with peanuts. Yes, it was. That's exactly what it was from Lean Cuisine, my friend. And then he said, I bet you those Thai people are some real nice Oriental people, those Thai people. We stared at each other for a second.
I'm
And then he
listening to
said,
an audio
I don't
comment.
think I'm supposed to say Oriental. So we can all be taught.
I'm listening to a comedy CD from Jackie Cation. Doink. Sorry.
Dang. I love people. My favorite thing that happened in Los Angeles last year, 3 different women about my age, let's go with 47, have said out loud in my ears, in my hearing, 3 different coffee shops, 3 different women about my age have said out loud, why is it so hard for me to have a baby? 47. Now, the short answer, of course, is science. The long answer, of course, is also science. But we can talk about it. I get it. If you aren't 47 years old, let me tell you something. That's when you're ready to have a baby. Emotionally, financially. You're like, oh, I could probably handle it now. And, like a lot of guys who have kids in their 40s, you've had a lovely career, and you kind of want to stack a kid up that looks like you. Tell them all about it. And I get it. I've never wanted children in my life. I like them. I have a dozen nieces and nephews. The jackass gene runs true. There's no need for me to get involved. My mother started having kids when she was 16, had me at 26, died at 33. Yeah, the age of Christ. Coincidence? Yes. But, so I never did, but there are little girls who want kids. You meet them, like 3, 4-year-old girls who are patting around screaming, I want a baby. And you got to get that kid a doll or they never shut up. And I remember when I was 3 or 4 and I would meet those little girls and I would think, you're a baby. We're babies. You can't have a baby. You're going to break it. I never wanted a baby. I never did. When I was 4 years old, I wanted moccasins and the fuck out of Wisconsin. That's what I wanted. But then I met my husband and I fell in love. And it has to be a visceral genetic reaction because I fell in love with him and I was like, that clearly needs to be perpetuated. I need one of them. Stat. And it's not going to happen, right? I have 4 eggs. They're marinating in extra chromosomes. But it's not just me. He's been sitting on his cell phone and his testicles for a dozen years. It's not all my fault, right? We're not what Jeff Goldblum was thinking when he said life finds a way. We've made peace with it. It's going to be fine. We're going to save up, go to Paris, sleep in forever. And the aging process is coming along. You know what's going to happen next? The Terrigen Mists. I'm about to get the Terrigen Mists, you guys. The big change. I'm either going to get a superpower or get turned into like a pile of ash. And for those of you not following the Marvel Inhumans, that's middle-aged lady time. Choo-choo. Middle-aged lady time's coming around the mountain, and I'll tell you something, nobody wants to talk about it. I know that. It reminds me a lot of my initial lady time, which also nobody wanted to discuss. Here's what I would have loved to have heard from my stepmother when I was 13. Hey, that's an applicator. Because ouch. And, but here's what happened. I went to the doctor, and I was like, middle-aged lady time's coming. What's it going to be like? What's it going to be like? What's going to happen? And she says, nobody knows. What do you mean nobody knows? And she said, well, your period could just stop, or it could spread out, be every 3 months, or it could tighten up, be every 2 weeks, or it could be on and off and on and off and on and off. And I was like, yeah, that's all the choices, Crazy Magoo. What are you talking about? How can nobody know? And she said, because every woman's a snowflake. I don't want to be a snowflake. I want to be a cog in a machine. I want you to go to the hardware store and buy a socket set, and I want there to be 2 choices, metric or English. That's what I want. That's what I want. And I said, how long does Grumpy last? How long does Grumpy Magoo hang around? And she said, anywhere between 1.5 years to 4 years. And I went and told my husband that, and we stared at each other in horror. But I finally understand why 50-year-old dudes are like, oh, I gotta go. Whatever's happening here, I gotta not watch it. And again, I am sympathetic but not supportive. So, I do like to read. I'm a big reader. Here's what I used to read all the time when I was little, and then when I was 13, I had library fines. Library fines. Dastard, awful. When they hit $10, you were no longer allowed to take any more books out of the library. And so I freaked out, small freak out, couldn't find $10, and I started shoplifting books from Kmart. And the only reason I tell you that is because the quality of what you're reading goes down when you start reading only books from Kmart. I have read all of Louis L'Amour's works, for example. I've read all of the Spencer for Hire novels, a lot of Merc books about Africa, and every Harlequin romance from the late 70s and early 80s. Now, but then I got caught shoplifting, but again, tiny white child. So the cops made me write a paper. You gotta write a paper about the effect of shoplifting on small businesses like Kmart. And I told my sister about that. My sister is the kind of person that has been reading the Wall Street Journal since she was 9. So she was very excited about this paper. She loves a paper, and she loves the economy. And she was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the greatest paper. We're going to write this paper, The Effect of Shoplifting on Small Businesses. Let's go to the library. And all I could think was, you have a library card. And so we wrote a paper that was probably amazing, and the Cudahy Police Department threw away. So, but the point of this whole story is that I still, I like to read good books. I like to read about history. I like to read beautifully researched historical fiction. And then sometimes I like to read poorly researched and poorly written historical romance novels. And I only tell you that because you can't count on the information you get from a historical romance novel. Or any novel. I wouldn't try to get around Boston with a Spencer for Hire, right? Wouldn't try to solve your problems with the underage sex teen whatever with a Jack Reacher novel. I don't recommend it. But here's the scoop. I was reading a romance novel recently, and my protagonist was studying an ancient document describing tantric sex moves. Tantric sex, of course, the bendy sex. Now, were they really tantric sex? We don't know. But I was reading it, and here was one of the moves. This was the move I liked, which was 9 short strokes, 1 long stroke. 8 shallow strokes, 2 deep strokes, 7 and 3, 6 and 4, 5 and 5, 4 and 6, 3 and 7, until you do 10 deep long strokes. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, there we go. So I read this, and I think to myself, I, Jackie Cation, would like to try this move. And I got a fella at the house, right? We're constantly doing it, me and him, right? We're all sanctioned by God and the government. And, so one time, me and him are going at it, we're doing it, and I think, oh, I want to try the thing. But he has not read the book. And I did not tell him the move. And I just took over the reins a little bit. He's a good sport. And so we're going at it. 9 and 1, 8 and 2, 7 and 3, 6 and 4, 5 and 5, 4 and 6, until you do 10 deep, long strokes. It's supposed to make the sex last longer, and everybody's supposed to have a good time. And so it came to pass. Thank you for asking. It was lovely. But afterwards, we were cuddling like you do. And we're cuddling, and I said, did you notice the thing I did in the sack right there? Because I'm super romantic. And he said, yeah, I was there. It was you and me. What was it? And I said, it might have been tantric sex. We don't know. I read about it in a book. And then I explained the long and the short of it to him. And then he said, well, I'm glad you didn't tell me about it, because I might have wanted to take the reins back. And then I would have wanted to do 3 short strokes, 3 long strokes, 3 short strokes. And then paused. 3 short strokes, 3 long strokes, 3 short strokes, and then paused. 3 short strokes, 3 long strokes, 3 short strokes, and then you would have been like, oh my gosh, he's in trouble. And then I had to go look up Morse code for SOS. And he was in trouble. He was drowning in my sweet, sweet cauldron of love. You guys are great. I hope you had fun, because I love doing it. So thanks a lot, you guys. Take care of each other out there.
I don't know. Pausing to think and take questions, I guess. Except no one's watching, so no one can ask a question.
of the color, my favorite winter coat. This wind is blowing my mind. See the kids in the street with not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? Summer's disregard of broken bottle top and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Na 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 na. Been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realized that there was someone no home, not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? Oh, willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the wind, you see, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with that man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make the change. You gotta get it right. What you got to do is you open your heart, then you close your mind. The man in the mirror. The man can change his ways. No man could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. Na 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 na. Yeah, 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 na 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 na. It's gonna feel real good. Come on, change. Just live yourself, you know. You got to start with yourself. Yeah, make that change. I'm gonna make that change today. And in the mirror, you know it, you know it, you know it, you know it. Change. Make that change.
You look like you want to tell me something, Mr. Wiseman.
I was told the lunatic from thy gracious days. I used to be wild because and so restless nights. My heart would bleed for you to see. But oh no. No more I love you. Language is
Sounds like he looks like he wants to say something. Has me concerned.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Sure.
I don't need to trade gear with him. Yet. Ugh. Alright. Need the forge and the insects to respawn that are nearby. There's another dog bowl up here.
Right through the sun.
I think I finally farmed this place out. Possibly. There you are. This one was still here.
Enjoying this as much as I
What? Huh?
think there's
Did you
someone
think
there?
you were gonna get
What's that? Someone there. Human crime is done! This is the urge of the super mutant!
tighten this.
Hello?
Huh? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to ignore you. Just got caught up in my work again. So, what do you think? Nice, isn't she?
Yeah, it's nice. Really nice.
You've got an eye for them too, huh? It's a genuine giddy-up buttercup. The 2076 Special Edition. Best toy on the market before the war. It's a shame, though. I don't have all the parts to get this old girl working again. Don't suppose you happen to have a spare crate of toy parts on you?
Actually, I do.
Right. I'll bet you do. Wait. You're serious? Here, let me have that. Servos? Actuators? It's all here. It's really all here. Here, take some caps. It's the least I can do. Now, I need to get back to work. Finally. There we go.
gun-toting hero. So I guess if you're out there and thinking about breaking the law, you might want to consider steering clear of Good Neighbor. Or else the Shroud might be.
Lock and load! Who's out there?
That's over.
I know you're here. There you
Analysis green. Neutralization operation complete.